All right, hey guys, what's up? It's David Duford here at Duford Insurance Group. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. The purpose of this video is a deep dive into how to self-generate your own leads in the insurance business. And the purpose I'm putting this video together for is because a common question I get asked from new agents and experienced agents and everybody in between is, how do I find and develop good leads? And one option, of course, is purchasing leads, but another option is actually doing it yourself. And with the preponderance of social media and courses that are available to agents, I figured it would be a good idea to put together like a deep dive training like this is, to categorize all of the different options with the different social media platforms to allow you to see what's available to you, what appeals to you, and then if you like it, see how to proceed and put into effect the systems and strategies that other agents use nationally to self-generate their own leads on social media. So let's go over a couple of details here about what you're going to see. So first of all, we're going to have 5 different programs in here from different agents and course providers that are going to go into detail about what steps they take to successfully generate leads for their respective niches. So for example, if you are selling final expense, you're going to see strategies to generate leads on Facebook for final expense, as well as on TikTok for final expense, using static ads and video ads. If you're interested in selling Medicare, we're going to give you some guidance on how to compliantly generate Facebook-based leads in the Medicare space at a low cost and also a high intent ability. We're also going to talk at length about ACA marketing on Facebook as well as on TikTok, and a new system that actually allows you to generate leads in a way that is compliant without ever having to talk to the prospect. We're also going to throw in a couple of videos, one in particular, that is going to be the counter argument to the do-it-yourself approach, because at the end of the day, what we need is leads, and not self-generation is not necessarily the best outcome for all agents. So we're going to have insurancemarketinghub.com come in and talk about why it may be a fruitful idea, especially in the final expense Medicare and mortgage protection space, to still continuously develop direct mail leads at an affordable cost, like they do a little bit different than everybody else does in the direct mail space. And then we're also going to have in one of our preferred vendors and sponsors, insurance toolkits that provides a quoting and underwriting tool for final expense, term products, hospital indemnity, and more. And also going to talk about their new lead system that you can purchase leads from them at an affordable rate. So make sure you stick around for that. So our total training here is going to be several hours long. This has all been pre-recorded in case you're wondering if this is live or not. If you have any interest in any of the programs that are described here, if you look down in the description box, you're going to see where the options are to learn more about each respective course. These are all affiliate links. Let me be clear. I make money off of referencing and referring you to these course providers if you feel like what they offer is a good deal. If you don't click on it, it doesn't bother me whatsoever. But I do want to disclose that to you because I think you need to know in full transparency that there is an affiliate commission that I make if you buy a course from them. But hopefully some of the knowledge you'll be able to develop will give you a good idea how to do this to some extent on your own. And the courses are there if you need kind of that extra push and direction to put it all together. And then also want to invite you to a free training that we have, or a conglomeration of free training at my Insurance Sales Success training site. It is a free site that we have 40+ hours of deep dive training for final expense in person, telesales, ACA, Medicare, and annuities, available at your fingertips to teach you the entire sales and marketing system we teach. Also, all 3 of my best-selling insurance books are available in ebook format to download for yours for free. All of the scripts that we have for final expense available to you for free. There's a great community to join. We do multiple live streams a week that I personally host. It's a great way to learn more about the insurance business, and it's offered to you at no cost. If you go to davidduford.com/ISS right now, you can just put your email in at the bottom, and then you'll be manually authorized to join. I highly encourage you to do that, especially if you love this kind of training that you're seeing. You can get a lot more of it for free by simply joining that website. And again, special thanks to all of the sponsors today, specifically Insurance Marketing Hub, one of our most preferred providers of direct mail for IMOs and agencies, and also to insurancetoolkits.com, which is the best-in-class underwriting and pricing tool for final expense and other products as well. If you don't have that, please get it. Make sure that you put in DeFord15 at checkout to get 15% off. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into the courses. And as we move through it, we're going to do the whole training on the options and the self-generation of the leads, and then progress right to the next one. And without any kind of break, we'll break it up a little bit with a word from our sponsors. And that's it. So let's get started. Record button to get this show on the road. Happy to have you back here. We've been pushing out the live training this week. Super excited. We've done lots of good do-it-yourself type of training, and we're continuing that process with a couple of friends in the business. I got Mr. Timothy Shucker. Tim, what's up?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Good, man. How you doing? Good to see you, man. Thanks for jumping on the call here. I know, dude, you've been super busy. You and Julian have been crushing it. I've been busy. We're like, what are we even doing today? Like 10 minutes ago.
I was like, is this a live training or are we just recording a video? I was a little confused, but I'm on track now. So
hey, we're here. We're doing business. Everything's good. So thanks for being here. So Tim and Julian, who's not here. Where's Julian? Where's he at? He's usually on these calls. Is he
He's
busy
at the
doing
gym.
something?
I'm just gonna be doing the live training for today.
At the gym, man. All right. Well, Tim's here. Tim is co-owner along with Julian of Advanced Agent Marketing. They've got an incredible suite of products and services that they offer to help a lot of final expense agents. You guys are also doing term. You're doing IUL. I think I saw an email as well, as far as lead gen, showing people the ropes, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and they do a great job of it. So they're here today. Tim's here today to really talk about the wonderful world of video marketing on Facebook, and how to make the most out of it, how to avoid the biggest mistakes. I would say Tim and Advanced Age Marketing are experts in this arena. A lot of good information, a lot of good resources to help you as you do it yourself. So one of the things Tim asked me, said, please, Dave, let the audience ask questions to keep everybody on track here and to be super engaged. So we would love your engagement as we're going through this process. Please make sure to ask questions. We'll stop what we're doing as we're going through to address your questions as they come. We want this to be engaging, interactive, and most importantly, helpful for you. So with that said, Tim, why don't you start us from the top? Give everybody here the 30-second introduction on who you are, who Advanced Agent Marketing is, and what you guys do.
Yeah. So my name's Tim Shucker. Obviously, I run Advanced Agent Marketing with Julian. I'll kind of give you guys like a brief background on us, how we got into the industry, and that kind of stuff. So I got into the industry. Actually, Julian was waiting tables. Got recruited by one of the MLM types. They're like, hey, you look like you'd want to be an entrepreneur or a business owner or whatever. Basically, the whole pitch. You guys have heard it before, I'm sure. He got into it, was telling me about it, basically like subtly recruited me into the business. And I was like, all right, screw it. I'm going to try it. We'll see what this is all about. I'm down for a welcome change and doing something different. So we got into the industry. The model we were in was like all direct mail door knocking. And basically the way they generated leads was they would send out these mailers that were advertising, free Walmart gift cards. And then in a little tiny like subtext, basically the way that they slide, sketchy stuff into the terms and conditions, it said something about like a state regulated final expense program, which, let's be real, most of these people that were sending it in had no idea that meant life insurance. So we'd go out there with our stack of mailers when they were new. Most of the time we were working recycled leads, which for any of you guys that don't know, that basically means that, they weren't sent in immediately, right? And so we would go with a stack of mailers from, years. We're talking like 2010, 2011, all the way up to 2021 at the time when we were doing it. So we'd go out there with a stack of mailers and then, knock on doors, coast to mountains in North Carolina, everywhere across the state. Did that for about 6 months. Honestly, I had a freaking blast doing it. It was so fun. But then when I started, checking how much money we were making, we would write like a ton of business. Like I'm talking on average, probably about, which for face-to-face is a lot of business, like 4 to 7K in business a week. One guy actually wrote 10K when we were there. So it was like we were writing a decent amount of business, but after chargebacks, gas, we were at a 50-point comp because they were doing free leads. We ended up not really making much money at all. So that kind of sucked. And then Medicare was going to be our saving grace. So we were going to do Medicare in that fall during AEP and everything. But the problem is during Medicare season, they had no leads. So we were stuck working the recycled stuff. The whole reason we were there was to do Medicare and have free leads. And then they didn't even have the free leads. So it's like, what am I even doing this for? You know, why am I even here? And so we came to the company, like the CEO of the company, we went and, you know, had a meeting, set this all up because I had a background in Facebook ads. I used to do e-commerce. So I'm like, hey, this direct mail thing's great. Like you guys built the whole business off of this, but why don't we try to do some Facebook leads too to supplement it? Like literally, I will fund it with my own money. Just let me generate our own leads. They didn't really like that idea too much. I think they were threatened by it. And so they told us, you know, just work the system, just focus on what we're doing. They didn't really want to like try anything else. They were just kind of like, you know, let's do what we did for 30 years. We did it. They ended up having no leads. And then at the end of the year, we decided to leave. They held our contracts. So then we had to figure out what to do. We were going to just do like a Medicare agency. That was our plan originally. But we had, you know, 6 months where we couldn't write anything. Couldn't even write Medicare until, you know, beginning of this year for 2023. So we decided to crack the code on lead gen and, you know, did some stuff with David. He kind of, you know, talked about it, told us, you know, what people were looking for. And we just started testing. And it took us about a month and a half. And then finally we started generating leads and just kind of went from there. Things took off. And we've just gotten better and better at what we do, like every single day for, you know, 8 months on end. And at this point, like we got into video ads. Like we were doing photos for a long time, which were great. When we got into video ads, that's when things really took off and things like really started to get serious. Because the cost goes down, but not only that, but the intent and the quality of the lead tends to go up. So that's what we've noticed over the past few months of doing video. And that's ultimately what I'm here to talk to you guys about.
Yeah, so we had you know, a conversation on TikTok, and kind of the same rules apply here as we talked about yesterday. Video is where it's at. It's more engaging. You know, it's more interesting, right? I think you probably capture a more attention from the audience, right? Why don't you, Tim, kind of explain that process of kind of what you discovered as you were doing static ads, right? These are just images of whatever, and then doing videos, like kind of go into more detail of what you saw as far as the before and the after, as far as quality, consistency, etc.
Yeah. So I can tell you guys the first video ad we made. So we were doing like a setup program where we basically set the ads up for people. And there was this one guy, he was a construction worker, and this was like the first term campaign we had done. And you know, he told me about a story. I was like, dude, let's do a construction worker campaign for you. Let's make a video ad. Like, I just wanted to try it. So basically wrote a whole script for the guy, sent it to him. The next day he goes to work with his like construction hat on, the vest, the whole nine, right? And reads the script, films the video on the construction site. We put the video together.
Wait, is this is the agent, right?
This is the agent. Yeah, he's a construction worker moving over to insurance.
Gotcha. Perfect.
So we had this whole idea, put the whole thing, wrote the script. And before this, we had only done photos. This was our first like venture into video ads. And do you guys want to see the video? Comment below, like comment in the description. I can show you guys what the video looked like if you guys want to see it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I want to see it.
I think you guys will like this. Let me pull this up. Let me know if I can share my screen here.
You should be able to. And guys, as well, remember, if you're jumping on late, this is Tim from Advanced Agent Marketing. We're talking Facebook video marketing, do's and don'ts. So if you got questions, we invite them. You're welcome to throw this. If you're watching this live in Zoom, just throw questions in the chat. Be happy to help you.
All right. So I'm going to play the audio on my phone because I have Zoom on the browser. So I don't think you guys can hear it, but I'm going to try to match the audio up here.
All right.
All right. Let's see. Well, do the comments come through on Zoom, or are they?
They come through on Zoom.
Come through on Zoom. All right. So yeah, guys, comment down below if you want me to show this video. Otherwise, I don't want to waste your guys' time just showing you a video.
Well, I don't care what they think. I want to see it.
All right. Liz says, yes, I want to see. April says, let's go. All right. Well, if only you two and David are the only ones who wants to see it, I'll still show it for you guys. All right. Robert wants to see it too. Cool. You guys are going to get a kick out of this. Woot woot. Yes. All right, cool. I think that's the verdict. Actually, tell you what, let me do this. I might be able to share it. Tab audio, video ads. Here we go.
All right, perfect. You got the audio shared? There you go. Perfect. We see it. Now you're muted, but I think its play is fine. So if you want to hit the play button, it should work. Yeah.
I've been in construction for over 25 years. And if you've been in construction for any amount of time, you know just about anything can happen on the job. Early on, I realized just how dangerous our jobs can be. First big job site I was on, 3 weeks in the business, we had a crane failure right at the end of the day. Almost killed me and 10 of my coworkers. 2 hours after I got home, still shook up from what happened on the job, my grandfather passed away right in front of me from a long battle with cancer. 3 years later, another crane failure. This time killed an iron worker. His wife and 9 kids were left with nothing. I tell you this not to scare you, but to help prepare you. After being in the industry and witnessing accidents happen on and off the job, friends and coworkers passing away so suddenly, I've made it my mission to help tradesmen like you protect your families. I specialize in helping construction workers get up to $1 million in life insurance to protect their families from financial disaster, with no medical exams and no blood work required. That way, in case something does happen and you don't make it home, your family can still put food on the table and the house payment can still be made. Construction workers of all trades, I'm here to help you. I know what it's like. I've witnessed it happen in my own life. Do the right thing. Click learn more down below to fill out the short survey and see how much coverage you can qualify for. It's a quick and simple process. My name is Brian Armsey. Let's work together to protect your family today.
Yeah, fantastic, man. That rocked. That was awesome.
Yeah. So
what happened? What were the results of that? I got to know, man. That was awesome.
You guys want to know the results?
Yeah.
All right. So we launched the video ad. Hey, Chelsea, I see you on here. Chelsea's actually in our Facebook group. She's like on all of the live streams. So what's up, Chelsea? And then I see Jason Jackson. I don't know if that's the same one that I know, but if you are, comment below because what's up. But anyway, so the video ad, we launch it, right? And within a few days, he starts getting leads. Or actually, no, the first day. I don't know why I said a few days. First day, he starts getting leads. And the cost is what blew our mind. Because like one, they're term leads, so they should be more expensive than final expense. But two, right, we're only targeting construction workers. Like everyone in America is just construction workers. Well, anyway, the cost was between like $3 to $6 a lead. And what was wild is that it stayed that for months. Like the cost is still like he's still running the same ads. Like, and we started this in October or November.
Wow.
And the cost has stayed basically the same. But what's wild is on that ad, people will share it. People will comment on it. I think by now it has maybe like 50,000 views on the ad. And he would get DMs onto his account because I was still like logged onto his ad account. And I would get notifications of people DMing him asking for more info or commenting on his ad. And people would share his ad. Other construction workers would fill it out and then he would get free leads. So at this point, we're like, all right, so this photo ad thing is great. They still work, but like we're going to go full force all in on video. And so ever since then, we just started, writing scripts. We got really good at that. We got really, really, really good at editing it and making them like fast-paced videos. Like I watched that video and compared to the ones that we put out now, I'm like a little bit bored. So we've just continued to get better. We've continued to optimize. We've added more music. We've added faster cuts. We've added in more stories. Like we have an exact framework for what a perfect converting video ad looks like on Facebook. And we just pump that out at this point.
So let's break that video down, if you don't mind, and tell us principally what makes that so good.
Yeah, let me actually pull it up again. So I want you guys to pay attention. Like comment. How many of you guys noticed like the first few seconds of the ad? Like, did you guys see what it was? Because it had nothing to do with life insurance. In case you guys didn't realize. Let me share my
Some
screen.
guy getting blasted by water, right?
It's a guy getting blasted by water, right? And so the philosophy behind that is
Yep, we see it. Now you're muted. You got to unmute yourself. There you go.
all right. Can you hear me now?
Sure can. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I'm just gonna play the video of it. But if you see here, like first 3 seconds, first 2 seconds, basically the first 2 seconds of the ad, the only purpose of that is to catch their attention. So imagine you're a construction worker scrolling through Facebook, and all of a sudden you see this guy like, doing whatever with water. He looks like he's like trying to, play around and make like a little joke. And then all of a sudden, like there's too much water, he just gets, pushed over. It's funny because construction workers will go on YouTube and they'll go on Facebook and they'll watch construction fails.
Right.
And so our idea was like, hey, what's going to catch their attention immediately? It's probably not going to be some guy, guilting them into why they need to buy life insurance. Why don't we do something they're already watching and then tie it in? And so what we noticed is like, oh, people were watching the first few seconds. We already have their attention. And then at that point, they want to know what's going on.
So that's you got a relevant pattern interrupt. That's relevant to their trade.
That's exactly what it is. Mm-hmm. And so we use the same kind of thing, like pattern interrupts, the hooks. We'll say something that's like a little outrageous, like, if you don't do this, your kids could lose a house. It's like, what? So it stops the scroll on Facebook. And that's honestly the most important part is the first few seconds of the ad, like first 2, first 3.
So if I would suggest if this isn't obvious, it will be now. What you've done that's different from every other lead vendor option is what lead vendors will do and always will do. So you can buy your leads, right? Is that it's a generic cookie cutter piece that appeals to no special interest group. But notice what Tim did here. He has specifically gone after what? A specific niche, and not just construction workers as far as the idea is, but it goes so far as that's where the guy comes from. That's his people. That's his background. He understands them. People probably like him that much more by seeing this stuff. This is really powerful and important. I think, wouldn't you say, Tim? I mean, that's critical too. Yeah,
100%. And I mean, honestly, like being from that niche definitely helps. Like we've had some people that will do nurse campaigns. Those have done well too. Nurse, construction workers, truckers, like there's all kinds of things that work, right? And you don't necessarily have to have a background in it. You just have to know how to speak their language.
Right.
But the cool part is like, we'll write the script for you. So you don't even have to like figure it out. You just got to do it on the phone when you talk to them. But yeah, I would say like with final expense, we don't really niche down too much. We kind of just like go after seniors in general. And we notice that works really well too. But with term, because like here's the philosophy behind that. With final expense, people are closer to death, so they kind of already understand why they need it. With term, you kind of have to sell them a little bit more because, most people in their 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, usually you start to think about life insurance, but 20s, 30s, 40s, you might have heard of it, but you're like, oh, I'm young, I don't need it. So if I talk specifically to them, all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, I'm a construction worker. That's a dangerous job. Oh yeah, I have seen accidents on the job. Oh yeah, if something happened to me, my family would be screwed. So it makes sense. Like you kind of walk them down that line. But with final expense, you can kind of do the same thing, but like more broad.
I see. Right. So with the term leads, if you don't mind me asking, like, is there a point where you can be too niche, or like how niche do you need to go in your opinion to make it work affordably like this one has?
I like to have at least 1 million people in my audience. So like across, like, and I just mean in the country. So like if I'm only targeting a few states, I don't have to have 1 million people. But like, for example, construction workers, like if I look up most popular jobs in America, I think construction workers is like number 8.
Right.
It's number 6. You got cashier, food prep, stocking associate, laborer, janitor, construction workers, number 6. Like there are so many of them. And there's tons of nurses, there's tons of cops, there's tons of electricians, mechanics, like all these jobs. There are so many people in that job, and some of them have life insurance through work, but their insurance sucks.
Right.
So if you can tailor a message specifically to that market, Like you can just kill it.
That's awesome. And isn't that what we need more of, right? Because as more and more agents get into this business, the thing that gets hit the most is the marketing cost rise. I don't think that there's a lessening of opportunity in this business, but if there's anything that gets affected more, it's the generic old ways of doing business that still to some extent work, but at an ever increasing cost, right? Just look at final expense generic leads. I was like mentioning this, you could go to a vendor 6 years ago and buy a face-to-face lead, high intent, for $15. You can't do that today on a retail basis, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be more
You
inventive.
can generate them though. You can generate them from that cost. We have a guy, I think he found us through a video we did with you. His name's Dan Levengood.
Okay.
He's through Kyle Studer.
Mm-hmm.
And he's in Akron, Ohio. He gets face-to-face leads for $9 a piece.
Yeah. And he's doing video ads and final expense. So more of a senior generic type of video.
Yeah. He kills it, man.
Let's talk briefly about best practices on video for final expense. What do you, since we can't go niche like in a profession and we have to stay more broad, what are principally some things we can do from a video base for final expense agents that work really well?
Yeah. You got to tell stories. That's the key. Is like everyone is always trying to just pitch is the problem. But like, if I just people want to be, quote, educated on life insurance, but they don't really, you know what I mean? Like I want to understand how it works, but I don't really care that much about the fine details. I just care about what it does. And if you've ever heard like the old adage, like facts tell, stories sell. So how can I tell a story in my ad that basically allows the viewer to imagine themselves in that same scenario, right? So let's say I'm telling a story about Miss Jones, and I could tell two different types of stories, right? There's stories with happy endings and there's stories with tragic endings. And the way that you sell it differs based off of which story you tell. So let's say, you could have a story from your own experience with clients. Maybe my story is, hey, I knew this lady who basically she had a super big family. She was a great grandmother, really cared about her family. And I spoke with her. She wanted to she was thinking about getting life insurance, but she didn't want to stretch the extra dollar. She didn't want to spend the extra money just because she was already on a tight budget. And she figured that she would live long enough to save up for her funeral. Unfortunately, 3 months later, she passed away tragically from a heart attack, and her family had to take out a loan to pay for her funeral. Right. And so it's like, now how do I use that story to explain my point? So would you like your story to end like that, where even though you were a great, great grandparent, a great family member, you did everything for your family, the last thing that you could have done was not, tied up and done properly, and ultimately they had to suffer from that? Or would you rather your story end where, they're able to properly remember you, they don't have to go out and get a loan, like everything is taken care of, all of your affairs are handled? And so you basically just give them two options in the video. Like literally you just say this. So would you rather your story end like this, or would you rather your story end like that? And that's it.
Awesome. Do you find the delivery method of who's giving that message makes a difference? Say, for example, I think of the Joe Namath ads, right? Like you got somebody who the client's familiar with or is like them delivering the message, or like, what's his name? JJ Walker, Dynamite guy.
Nick Walker.
Yeah. But before my time. But those videos, people remember those, and people have opinions about that, which probably helps anyway. Do you feel like the delivery process makes a difference on who gives that message?
Potentially. I haven't really noticed too big of a difference. Like for example, if I did the construction worker ad, but I'm like, let's say I'm some guy sitting in an office, like it's probably not going to hit as hard, but it's not like, I haven't really noticed like, oh, if you're a senior, it performs better. I haven't really noticed a difference between that.
Yeah. Interesting.
Ultimately, like as long as you are clearly delivering the message, clearly delivering the message and, looking at the camera, whatever, like I haven't really noticed a problem. Like honestly, like there's been scenarios where somebody's like, the video they sent back to us was like terrible,
Yeah.
it still ended up being like a decent video and converting. Like, I don't know how it worked, but it just did. I think it's like, I think people are just there's so few people that are actually making good video ads for life insurance.
That's it.
That if you put yourself on a video and you're talking about life insurance, like, at least right now, it just kills it. It just works.
Yeah. I know I have an agent, Thomas, who he's only done video organically just off of his personal page for years and years and years. And he makes 6 figures just in referrals now, just on video. Like, he kind of preempted all of us, I think, and kind of seeing this as a thing. The other thing I was going to say, and you guys would be the ones to do it, because y'all are out there crushing it, taking calculated risk, doing great. You should try to find like a second or third rate actor from back in the 70s, that everybody knows, and then have that person like Alex Trebek was, right? And do a commercial, a YouTube, a video, and see how that would perform. I'd be interested to see how that would turn out.
Yeah, you can use, there's a site, I have this, like, it's in our course. It's one of the methods we teach, but you can use Cameo. I don't think we've had anyone do it, but Cameo, you can hire celebrities to make a video for you for like $1,000 or less. So that might be something to test. But one thing we're doing, and I'll mention a little bit, because like we do the video setups for people, is like, we used to just do it where only you had to be in the ad. But the problem is, like, we had a lot of people that would like get the setup and then just take a long time to film the ad, just because I think they were kind of uncomfortable with it. So basically what we're doing is we hired a bunch of actors from Fiverr to make video ads. And so we're just creating a bunch of different like iterations of that. So if somebody wants to run video on Facebook but doesn't want to be in it, we can literally do that setup and just rip them like a brand new custom ad just from scratch, in a few different niches that we offer. That's
awesome. I'd love to. Hi, I'm Burt Reynolds. You may have seen me on such movies as Deliverance, kicking ass, taking names. Now I'm old and you need to buy life insurance. Man,
yeah, there you go. Something like that.
All right. This is a question from April. So guys, if y'all have questions, hope y'all having a good time and learning a lot. This is super great. I love this. April has a question. Should I create a separate account on Facebook to run my ads, or just add a page to my personal account?
So I always recommend doing it through a business manager. So basically, like, the process is, you create a business manager, create an ad account, and then create a new page on that business manager and just run it through that. I mean, you could do the personal account. There's just like, making a business manager takes like 3 seconds. So there's no reason not to. And it just kind of adds like an extra layer of protection to your account. So that's what I tell everybody to do. Gotcha.
Questions, ladies and gentlemen, your opportunity to ask Tim. Video marketing. Here's one. Oh, that's what I prefer. Thank you. So, any other tips here while we kind of wait for maybe a few more questions here on maximizing your effort on video marketing on Facebook?
Yeah. Ultimately, like, I would say making sure, like, I would rather, like, a lot of people, because I'll see a lot of people that like just try to create something from scratch. I'd say you're better off, like, your time is better spent selling. So instead of trying to figure it out from scratch, like, we can help you with a video. Like, this is literally all we do. Like, I'm not even in the field at this point anymore. We just like do marketing and video stuff. So if somebody wants to get started with video, like, hit us up, because we can help you skip all of the learning curve. So you can just actually start generating leads instead of trying to figure it out.
There's a formula here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. And like, they've done it dozens, if not hundreds of times now. It's like, it's just like, do you figure this stuff out, waste a bunch of money, or just pay them to do it right the first time, right? So you can focus on what matters, right?
Yeah. And I'm not even saying that to sell you on something. Like, literally, I've seen people they'll be in our Facebook group. They'll watch us show the videos. They'll watch us like show the things we made for clients. And then I'll see them try to make one. I'm like, dude, they'll ask me for feedback on it. I'm like, bro, like, the best feedback I could give you is just let us do it.
Just
me.
pay
The difference in learning curve between where you're at and where you need to be, like, just let us help you, bro.
Yeah.
But, yeah. That's
and think about it. It's such.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tim. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, what I usually do whenever I want to learn a skill, and I've bought other people's courses that teach how to do Facebook ads, just because if they know something I don't, I want to figure it out. But I would much rather pay for knowledge with money than time, personally. So like I spend like so much money on buying courses, buying stuff. Like that's like I waste so much money on that. I guess you could say waste. There's times where I'll buy a course, not even go through it, but I don't regret doing it because I would rather invest in myself with the money than the time. Because like the way I view it is my time can be made to make more money, but my money can't buy me more time. So I would rather shortcut the success, learn what I need, and then go apply it to make more money than waste out. Like especially if you have like no background with this at all, trying to learn video editing, trying to find the right angle, trying to write the script, like it's not worth wasting the time you could be spent selling. Because let's say it takes you 20 hours, or we'll say 10 hours to make the perfect video. Imagine if you spent 10 hours dialing on the phone, how many policies are you selling? That's the way that I view it. So that's how I approach it personally. I recommend people to do the same thing. Whether you use us or use someone else, I just recommend shortcutting and not trying to like figure it out from scratch. At the very least, like watch a free video or watch some like free content on how to do it.
Yeah, first things first, right? We only have so much bandwidth as business professionals. We have to start thinking that way. There's no business, there's no restaurant that the owner cooks, serves, hosts, buses, right? We have outsourced all this stuff to different key people, right? And so that's kind of the same idea here is they provide a service to help you offset something that can be a game changer, right? And it's worth the investment. That's how you have to look at it. So a couple of questions in the chat here, Tim. Thanks guys for asking. How much should you spend on ad a day? Can you give us some advice on kind of how to approach ad spend? Because there's kind of a formulaic approach there too, right?
Yeah, I always start with $40 a day. That's like the minimum that I'll do. You can't like it's a difficult question, right? Because it's like that's like saying, how many leads should I work a week? Well, how much do you want to make? How much do you want to work? Like it all depends on your goals. So as far as your ad spend, like again, I usually recommend start at $40 a day. So you're doing like $20 for 2 ad sets. And if you guys like, I have some free videos on YouTube that kind of like explain all of this. We have like 5 videos that show you how to set up Facebook ads.
Yeah, guys, real quick, advanced agent marketing. If you put that in YouTube, subscribe, you'll see them.
Yeah, it's we have like a playlist. It's called free mini courses. And it's like for term. I think I have one for Medicare, for final expense, all that stuff. But basically, like, let's say I'm trying to write 10K a week versus 5K a week. The amount I want to spend is different. But I always recommend starting at 40 per day and then scaling up from there. That's my recommendation.
When you scale, do you go like from 40 to 100 to 200? Is that too fast? Is there a rate of increase that's preferred?
Yeah, I'll usually raise at about like, you could do like a 50% budget increase when you're at a low budget, like 40.
Week to week, day to day?
You said what?
Week to week or day to day? How quickly?
So I do it in like rounds of testing. So for example, you start off, you're testing your audiences and your ads. After doing that for a while, then you'll move on to a separate round. So you'll start testing headlines or ad copy or all kinds of different stuff. But if your ads are performing well, like let's say I usually do it in like a 3-day spurt. So I'll let them run for 3 days. Okay, the costs are seeming pretty consistent. Let me raise the budget. Run for 3 days. Okay, pretty consistent. I'll raise the budget. But that's kind of the way that I do it. So it's not like a day by day thing necessarily, because Facebook really like fluctuates day to day. But the minimum amount of time frame I would look at Facebook data is 3 days. Okay. So you let it run for 3 days, make a decision. Run for 3 days, make a decision. You can either scale it or test something different.
Are you doing any kind of work on any other platforms besides Facebook? This is asked about Robert, as he says, do the other platforms perform as well?
Do they perform? Yes. Facebook owns Instagram. So if you're running Facebook ads, usually you're also running on Instagram. Instagram, for some odd reason, I don't know why, they don't let you ask the date of birth question. So if you run Facebook ads and you ask for date of birth, it's not running on Instagram. So most of our ads don't even run on Instagram.
Wow. Okay.
If you don't ask date of birth, you can, but Facebook owns Instagram. So Instagram and Facebook both do work. TikTok, let me give you guys my opinion on TikTok. So personally, I hate TikTok just as a platform, like not from an advertising perspective. I hate what it stands for. I hate the content on it. I hate everything about TikTok. Like it's such a waste of time. Facebook, I think you can actually get value from Facebook. YouTube, you can definitely get value from YouTube. That's how you guys all found David. There's tons of free stuff. I think TikTok is literally just planted by foreign governments to ruin our population. Like, honestly, that's my take on it. So yes, TikTok ads, like they can work, but the amount of time I would have to spend on TikTok to like, I already kind of understand the algorithm of it, but I don't want to give money to TikTok at all. Like I just don't. So Facebook works fine. I would rather put my money in Facebook where I know it's, like Facebook's also easier to set up. It's easier to set up. It's a framework. It's copy paste. It's replicatable. It's easy to do. TikTok is like, if you want to do TikTok ads, hit up Oscar Gonzalez. I think he does a great job from what I've heard. Super nice guy. Seems very knowledgeable. But personally, I'd rather be the best at Facebook than be okay at TikTok and Facebook. And so my disdain for TikTok, I would rather just spend more money on Facebook, it's the best advertising platform. Facebook and Google are the best by far. So I just stick to those.
So in a sense, kind of specialize, just like we niche down in a product for insurance, niche down on a platform is a good idea.
Exactly. So I'll do do your paid acquisition platform. And like, if you're scaling up to a massive point in your agency, yeah, you can start looking at TikTok and Facebook and all these other things. But like, until you're generating like hundreds and hundreds of leads a day, you don't need to be looking at multiple platforms. Like, I think it's a shiny ball syndrome in a sense, which I can relate to. Like, I definitely have that problem as well. But I think people will try to generate leads on Facebook, and then maybe they're like, oh, this is boring. Let me also generate leads here. Where it's like, just double down on what you're doing and you'll make more money.
And besides life products, do you do any health insurance or Medicare ads?
I personally try to stay away from Medicare stuff. We mainly do life. You can definitely do it. We talk about it in the course. We teach people how to do it. But with Medicare, my problem with it is just the compliance. CMS is putting a bunch of they call them sleeper agents or something like that, I think. And so they'll go through and click on people's ads and make sure you're doing everything compliantly. And I don't want to be the one that makes your ad that then gets you, an issue with CMS. We tried to generate Medicare leads for a while and we were able to generate them. But going back and forth, we would go back and forth with a compliance officer, and they were like, all right, you got to go check this with CMS. And so in my opinion, the headache to generate Medicare leads is kind of not really worth it for us, at least. But if I were to do Medicare, I would just advertise a Medicare seminar. So hey, go sign up for my seminar where I'm going to teach you the basics of Medicare. I wouldn't do you can't talk about the plans. You can't talk about $0. You can't talk about dental, vision, hearing. That will get you screwed if you do that. So you have to talk about just I'm going to teach you the ABCDs of Medicare. You can do that. Personally, I just stay away from all of it just because I don't want any part of somebody, having a compliance issue, but it's definitely possible. For ACA, we're working with this guy who owns a call center or something. He does private health. So that's something we're looking at. Depending on how that goes, we might roll that out to other people, just basic health insurance stuff. But again, I like to specialize. So we kill it at final expense. We kill it at life.
Right.
And we're the best at that. The health insurance, the Medicare, the TikTok, you're going to want to hit somebody else up because we try to stay in our own lane.
Yep. 100%, man. Well, tell everybody here who is watching that wants to learn more about what you guys do, where to go.
Yeah. And I see there's one more question from April. She said, how long should the video be?
Oh yeah.
Usually we stay in a minute to a minute 30 seconds range. That's our green zone, I guess. That's what I would say, a minute to a minute and 30 seconds. If you want to get more information about us, I'll have I need to generate a link for David. We have a free mini course that basically teaches you guys how to do literally everything that we do. There's a case study that shows how I scaled an account for a guy who wrote $1,500, or he wrote $20,000 on 1,500 leads. Excuse me, I'm mixing that up. But there's a free course that we have that shows you how to do all of that. So I'll generate the link and then I can just have David send it out to you guys.
I'll put it, guys, I'll put it in the Insurance Sales Success Forum if you're watching this live. If you're watching this on YouTube, we'll have it in the description. So just open the description or the comments, and then you'll see it there and you can click it there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then also, if you guys want, more free training like this, I do a live stream in our Facebook group every single week where we talk about this. We put tons of free content out on YouTube, but the Facebook group is called Insurance Agent Freedom. I'll put a link in the Zoom chat here for you guys that want to join it. We're giving away a free trip to Mexico. So all you guys have to do is just you post your AP in the group whenever you write a policy. And then each time you make a post, you get an entry to win a all expenses paid trip to Mexico. So that's something pretty cool that we're doing. All you have to do is join the group and then post your sales whenever you make them. Just don't lie about your sales, please. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Be honest.
Yeah, exactly. Be honest. Be honest. We're going to audit whoever wins and make sure they're not lying, but just don't lie. There's no reason to.
Right. It comes back to you. All right. Tim from Advanced Agent Marketing and again, the free mini course. If you're watching this on YouTube, the description, it's in the description below. Also a link to the Facebook group too as well. Thank you for coming on, and great job. This was great training. Hope you guys enjoyed it too. And y'all have a good one. We'll see you.
Awesome. Thank you guys. I'll see you.
All right, so we'll start again. Greetings and salutations. Welcome back to another training event here in the Insurance Sales Success team. We're going to be talking to Oscar Gonzalez today about using TikTok, yes, TikTok, to purchase and do some branding as well, but to build some lead generation for final expense. I know old people, final expense, TikTok, that's what? And as well, health insurance. It is February 28th. I'm looking out my window. I don't know about you guys. It's like 75 degrees in Chattanooga, Tennessee. It's like you can taste spring coming. But if you've been around these parts long enough, snow's fair game till the end of March. So some of you probably remember the blizzard of 93 if you're from Tennessee or the Southeast. Remember that? We got like 3 feet of snow in into March. So anyways, Oscar, how you doing today, man? You're telling us the secret to making millions of dollars. You got to meet yourself first, though. There you go.
Can't tell you the secrets if you can't hear me, right?
I know, right? That's too bad. Missed that time. So good, man. So Oscar Gonzalez is an agent who's been working with me. Let me tell you a little bit about him. First of all, what did you do? Like 200 policies during open enrollment? It's more than that for ACA, right?
Last ACA I did close to 500, and then this one I got about just under 200. But I was then doing both ACA and final expense.
Yeah, and then all the while you're writing like 10 final expense plus life insurance apps a week on top of the 200, right? And all of this for the most part was generated from what you're about to describe today, which is utilizing TikTok video ads to generate interest, to create leads. And that's why Oscar's on here. He also owns ScaleMyTikTok.com, does a program that he offers agents to learn the craft of doing this, just like he's done himself. And a little bit about what I've done too. I was so sold, of course, on when we first did our deal that I bought his course. I don't buy all the courses that I do affiliate deals with, but I bought Oscar's. And I got a kid down the street to kind of help me put it together just because I'm busy. I can figure this stuff out, but when you're El Jefe, there's just only so much time left, right? And anyways, he got it set up with Oscar. Oscar's been super helpful, helping him out, getting Alex serviced. We're at, the numbers I've got here are the average lead cost we're paying on TikTok for video ads is $6.79, which is like incredible. And our click-through rate is 1.78%. That's important because basically 1 out of every 50 people who sees it is clicking, and Oscar tells me the average is 1%, maybe not the average, but 1% is good. So and Oscar's done all of this. I haven't done anything. So the fact that it's performing this well just kind of goes to show you like a lot of opportunity in this, folks. And it's good to have Oscar in here. So Oscar, why don't you kind of tell us a little bit about yourself, background, and get into a conversation about using TikTok to market for insurance sales.
Yeah, sure. So I've been doing online marketing, specifically using videos, since wow, since 2012. I really started in e-com. And I built a small e-com business back in those days. We were selling a lot of phone products, and I grew that company, my partner and myself, close to $6 million a year in selling goods, and only using, video ads, image ads. Back then, it was really on Instagram that we were selling a lot of goods, and, grew that company. 2020, got out of it and shifted over. I was trying to figure out, what to do, and had time and a little bit of money on my side. And so looked into insurance, had some very close friends of mine that have done very well in this business, and they had been recruiting me for years. So eventually I came over. I started as a media buyer for an insurance agency down here, buying lots of data, running it through call centers, and then delivering it to, all kinds of different downlines and agencies that this person has. And so did that, learned the back end of insurance. And about a year later, I was offered something with them. I decided to just move on my own. And I decided to apply the concept of video ads and everything that I've learned to insurance. And I started doing that with ACA. That's really where I started. And as soon as I started doing it, it just started clicking. The concepts were really the same. Instead of selling a phone case now, we were just kind of selling an emotion and a feeling and getting somebody to click through and fill out some information. And so I applied the same concepts. And, like we talked about before, in that first year, I did, almost 500 enrollments.
Yeah.
And as I started growing that ACA business, I realized that, to grow a real ACA book, you really got to have some cash flow, right? Because it takes some time to get paid and all that. And so I started looking at some other products, and that's when I came across El Jefe, and quickly just thought, wow, what a great product Final Expense can be. And I think I can leverage it to build more ACA. And so last year at some point, I got into Final Expense, applied the same concept, and I was initially running on Facebook. And at some point last year, I decided to start looking at TikTok, just as some of these trends were shifting. The engagement has been so much higher on that platform as opposed to Facebook. And so, I thought, this is the same thing that happened in 2012 and 2014 when I came to my partner and said, hey, I think we should try Instagram as opposed to Facebook. And the same kind of thought process of like, well, that's only young kids or somebody buying stuff on there. And then we're doing millions of dollars in sales,
Right.
And so same concept. So I said, wow, let me take a shot at this, put some videos together, ran some ads, and quickly just saw some good success out there. And, from there, I just started building, and continued it to where we are today.
So being a salesperson, we have to overcome some initial objections here on the call. I can hear the grumblings especially from the boomer population. There's a couple of things I'm hearing like in my mind that I want you to address. Number one, old people using TikTok. So people 50, 60 and older, do they really use TikTok? Is it really something that's like viable for a Final Expense product? Can you kind of expand on that a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, look, the audience within TikTok. So you're looking at now, I think, late last year, it was somewhere around 150, 160 million active users.
Wow.
And of those, almost 20% of them are 45 and older, so that's a big chunk of people that you can go after. And at some point, I think a lot of people, especially the older audiences, came to TikTok because of recipe videos, funny videos. And I think that brought people over, and it went from, somebody who's 50 looking at recipes to buying insurance, car insurance, looking at real estate. I mean, it's across the board now, services on TikTok. You see some major brands and movement going into it.
I'll add this too, and you being in the e-com space for as long as you have, I remember when Facebook started. I went to school at Boston University. I started in 2003. Zuckerberg was across the river over at Harvard, and Facebook originally was just for colleges in the metro Boston area. Okay, that's how it started. and then expanded to all universities, then the high schoolers. I don't know if you guys remember this, early aughts, right? And then it was eventually to everybody. And there is just this process, I think, with social media, and it speeds up faster, I think, each and every time, of later adopters and early adopters, right? Typically, it's the younger people that adopted this stuff quicker, just like with Facebook, just like probably with Instagram back 10, 15 years ago. And this is just a cyclical effect that's expected. The older populations pick up on it now. And look at Facebook. Who's Facebook for? Seniors, right? The kid down the street that helps me with TikTok, he's not even on Facebook. He's like 19 and he doesn't have a Facebook account. So it's funny how it all switched, but understand there's this process to where a group of people become acclimated to it, then the later adopters come in later. And that's what we're seeing on the tail beginning, I think, with TikTok, which makes this a fantastic opportunity to learn this platform, because it's just like Instagram used to be, you know, where there's a lot of eyeballs on the platform, but not a ton of demand, especially for these older populations, right? Because give it 5 years, 10 years, maybe probably 5 years, that'll catch up and you'll see, you know, whatever boomers buy all over TikTok, and the big money will come in and drive prices up. You know what I mean? So there's that cyclical effect. The other thing too, I hear this a lot, TikTok's a Chinese psyop. I have to address this. So thoughts on that? I mean, who knows, right?
It's interesting, right? So I always take the approach when people are running for the fences, I'm walking through the doors, right? That's where I've always found the best opportunities in life and in business. And I think you have a lot of media hype right now about it. You know, is there an effect? There could be. Is it temporary? Likely, you're even seeing it now. Maybe 30 days ago, I was hearing some more chatter about it. All of a sudden, it's kind of slowed down. The media is focusing on other things. And so for me, I look at a long term and I look at where I can get the most for my money. And right now, TikTok is just a great place to be. The intent on the leads is great. You need to have states. You do need to have a presence. Like, you don't want to go into TikTok and just be in 1 or 2 states. You want to go in there and be able to cast the net and capture as many eyeballs as possible with what you have. But it's interesting, you see now in the last couple of years, the shift from not only lead vendors and obviously generating leads on Facebook, but now agents, right? The thousands of agents that have become overnight marketers and are out there running ads and stuff on Facebook. And so those people are just learning the concept of running an ad, right? Everybody's like in kindergarten, first grade, second grade on Facebook. And the masses are still scared to shift to TikTok. And so it's just a massive opportunity for those that understand marketing and know that it's just somewhere else to fish, and another obviously another revenue, a stream of revenue that can come in if you set it up properly.
Yeah, no, it's, and I'm excited about this just because that's the thing. When you go through these cycles, right? When a new platform comes online, where the engagement, I'm pretty sure TikTok's engagement just beats the pants off of Facebook, Instagram, and probably YouTube too. And there's that many people who are engaged in that platform. Like, it's a huge opportunity. And you couple that with the fact that there's all this macro issue of, is there a problem with TikTok? Is it whatever risk it's being proposed to be? Like, that stuff you get, like back in the aughts when Facebook started, you would hear all the same concerns. Oh, Facebook ruins lives. Kids don't come out of their homes anymore. And maybe all that's true now. But like, that stuff was hyper back then. I don't know if you guys remember. I remember. And it's all this like concern and fear, like what's going to happen to our society. And like, I'm not saying that's wrong or right, but a lot of the times in the beginning here, there's this kind of undulation, the sphere of the unknown, and people react and people pull away. But the overall trend of interest, it's undeniable. People are sucked into this platform. They're more engaged, and more eyeballs, more engagement is more exposure for you. And when you, again, combine with not everybody buying to the same extent as on other platforms means, an opportunity, a supply and demand opportunity to get great intent at a lower price. Oscar, want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, that's clear. I mean, it's just simple, marketing and sales. If you can go and market in a place where you don't have as many people running similar or the same ads, and you can also deliver those videos at lower cost, it's just somewhere where you want to be, where for me, you need to be. If you're long-term in this business and you're really trying to establish or grow, you maybe start Facebook or TikTok, but at some point I think you need to be across everywhere, and you and I have had that conversation of just being able to blend, across all the platforms. I think that's a real marketing strategy for the long run, and that will help you scale,
Right. 100%. So let's start working our way into how to best utilize the platform of TikTok, specifically using video ads. So let's kind of start with some best practices. If you're to start a new agent, they are convinced TikTok is a great potential medium to generate leads from. What's some piece of advice from the advertisement standpoint that you would give them to optimize their chances of success?
I think number one coming into it is certainly the amount of states. If you're going to be doing telesales, I think having the focus and having the ability to, because you can have the greatest video, but if you can only deliver it to a small segment of people, then the numbers are the numbers. It doesn't matter. And so number one, I think above all, is you want to have a good amount of states, and that could be 10 plus, 12 plus, and you can add as you go if you're somebody that's new in the business. But just as a general, rule of thumb, if you're going into telesales, it's so important to have, be able to access more people. So that would be number one. Then actually going into TikTok, I think it's important to understand the type of content that people are consuming on the platform, and then create content to that same effect, right? And so on social, you're either educating, or you're motivating, or you're making people laugh, right? Those are kind of the main things that content creators are out there doing. And so if we're talking about insurance, likely educating is where you want to go. And so that's what you use. You use information about it. Now, when you talk about ads specifically, you have to follow a clear concept of any video, right? And that's a hook, right? What's going to catch that person and get them to stop scrolling and watch whatever you're delivering to them. And then immediately followed into the pain points, right? What are the things that person watching your video, what are the problems that person is having when it comes to what you have to offer, right? And so if we're talking, again, final expense, then, protecting their family, right? That person passing today or tomorrow and leaving their children, their spouse, their family responsible for this massive bill. And so it's hitting those pain points right away, and then offering a solution, right? Programs that can cover up to 40, 50,000, fixed for life, low payments, and then a simple call to action, right? If this is something that you need, if you're trying to protect your family, click below, fill this, call here, book a call, whatever that call to action might be. That's what you're following it up with. Now, within all of that, you, again, thinking about how content is created on TikTok, and it's fast, right? You're never seeing like a 2-minute long video without some sort of like stoppage or, clipping of some sort. And so I think that's important, right? Because if you think about it, if somebody's looking at a feed and they're seeing the same type of video come across as far as format, and then all of a sudden you feed them something completely different, they're immediately just going to push through to the next thing. So super important to follow that same type of content that's being produced on the platform. That applies everywhere, right? If you're on Facebook, you now want to apply a little bit different because the content on Facebook is different.
So I'm writing notes down here to kind of follow up on a few things. So first of all, back to the states things, I'll point this out to the newer agents. You may be wondering, how do I get more than one state that you're licensed in? If you go to NIPR.com, you can go and purchase non-resident license. You don't have to take another test. You just give the government their money. It's all they want anyway, right? So you give them their money. We recommend 10 plus states. Is there any states that you think are better than others, Oscar, or you just pick like just anything?
Well,
Thoughts on
well, two things that I tell agents right now that are coming on board that are new agents, right? A lot of them are like, well, what's the cost? You know, I'm just starting off, so I can't go in Illinois. That's going to cost me $300-400. But I can certainly go into Georgia, or I can certainly go into Texas. And so obviously you want to look at, one, your budget. You want to get the most out of the budget. And then number two is, you know, those big markets, right? If you think about it, Texas, Florida, the southern states, for me, I've always had great success in. And so I highly recommend just the South in general, you know. And then from there you kind of grow, you know. West Coast, I do like Arizona, kind of New Mexico. Those are pretty good states with a lot of people and concentrations of retired individuals kind of living there.
Yeah, we like, on the final expense side, in case you're wondering, any southeastern state is great. Texas is great. We like Midwest too. I like California. Most of the West is fine. The only states that I tend to stay out of, which may be your opportunity, right? If you think about it, most agents, once you get north of Pennsylvania, there's not a lot of agents I hear that work that area.
That's right.
It's just a different group of people. Say it nicely. But I got a guy from Jersey. I don't know if you remember Anthony Boba. He loves working New Jersey. He's from New Jersey. He understands him. So
he does great. They click with him. You know, they click with him. They understand him. And so that's a more faster pace, you know. I take it a little easier.
Yeah. So it's just, you know your people, your culture, and kind of where you feel good at. Do what feels good. Just make sure you got the quantity of states. That's critical, because any less, then it's going to be less eyeballs, drives the cost up. So that's important. Also, for the new agents, in many states like Florida, California, you're required to do thumbprints. So you may have to go get thumbprints done. That's an extra expense. If you want to avoid those states and get other ones, just to get up to speed faster, because that may add another week plus to getting appointed, just pick states that don't have that. I think it's just pretty much California and Florida. There's a few others, but those are the main ones. So there's that. And then one question here I'll ask from Gary. And guys, if you have questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. We'll be happy to help you. Gary asked in the chat about the video. Are you doing videos where you are talking to the camera, or making B-rolls? And B-rolls where you take like these clips of people doing things and kind of superimpose text on them, kind of back and forth, like stock video is kind of what B-roll is. But Oscar, address that, please.
Yeah, so a little bit of both, and it really depends, right? And so, look, I'm a big proponent also, in addition to, if you're going to run ads and if you plan on being in this business for the long run, you should be starting some sort of organic presence, right? Of whether that's yourself, your brand. And so one is, it's going to make you comfortable being on camera and posting on a daily or however often. And so if you're going to run an ad and it's going to be you talking on that ad, you have to be able to deliver that message, because if you don't, you're just going to be wasting money on ads. So it really depends. Me personally, yes, I'll do videos of myself. And I think the ultimate right now that you don't see a lot of, especially within ads in insurance, are that person plus B-roll, right? So the combination of the two, really, you're starting to see it in some of the other, like health insurance, you kind of see it a little bit. Final expense, not so much. I've been trying to do it and kind of do some of that stuff too. So there's like a few different formats that you can use within those videos.
I would say too, what you'll find just with any marketing venture is that you're always A/B testing. You're always taking a concept, seeing how it performs, then modulating that, changing up that ad a little bit to see how any variations. Maybe you change the copy on you keep the video same, but you keep the copy different, right? How does that change things? You do little tiny small adjustments over time. You're always testing it against a variation of the audience to maximize which one has the best return on clicks and click through. So that's something ultimately, at the end of the day, you got to test it to see which one's better. You might find that this one's better than another one. I've actually got another group I'm running video ads with where I'm on screen. It's yours truly, suit, tie, and everything. Those leads are like sub $90 to $100 per lead. We're working on hopefully bringing them down. But like the one we're doing with Oscar's nothing like that, just a B-roll based video. And it's like $6, like, again, and then that's not the whole picture. Like, what's the conversion rates? Yeah, we get it. That does make an impact too. But then again, I can get 20 leads for the cost of one. I would hope my conversion, is there to justify it,
the numbers are the numbers, like, even on a lead that you're paying $60, $70, $80, unless it's a phone call that's coming in, like if it's just a lead that's being generated from Facebook, TikTok, wherever it is, you're only going to be able to get that lead to produce so much intent, right? After that, it just comes down to the numbers and the skill that agent has as a salesperson. Those are the only two factors that come into play once that ad and once you receive that lead. And so I think that's something that's really important for agents to know, that, and you just mentioned it, right? Like, ads are not a set and forget. It's an everyday thing. One day they're down, the next day they're up a little bit, the next day they're down. It's a living, breathing mechanism, right? Because you're reaching people daily, right? That ad is running on a daily basis. The algorithm is reaching different people every minute of the day. And so it's very much, you have to have the mentality of understanding that you start an ad and you're going to make changes to that ad, and you might have to restart the ad once, twice, sometimes, and all of a sudden it'll hit. I was just watching a video yesterday that had Gary Vee talking about him posting on TikTok right now, and they post a video on TikTok and they might delete that video 10, 15 times and repost it with a different hook, with a different message, before that video goes from 5,000 views a minute to 10,000 views a minute, and ultimately how they find the recipe for a video to go viral basically every single time. But that takes 5 times, 10 times reposting and redoing. So it's the same concept when you're running ads.
Yeah. And I will say this too, to add this in. I think the fundamentals of lead generation, even though I think TikTok's a fantastic opportunity, still apply. At the end of the day, what we're looking for as agents are just people to talk to. Okay. The goal is just to have a conversation for as an affordable price as possible, and with as high as conversion as possible. I've been in the business. I know all sorts of people. There's really only 2 different arrangements where I've seen such an incredible difference in intent on the lead that it's just absolutely insane. And those are high outliers that very few people could ever take advantage of them. One is Anthony Martin, who has a total website SEO domination. People are sold on his just education that he gives them. And that's something that's very hard for the average person to come up with. The rest of us really just, what we need, especially selling over the phone, is just high volume of decently priced leads and work ethic to sift through and find the good ones. I've never seen such a dramatic difference in an outbound lead intent. Now, maybe with preset appointments, you can kind of talk about that, Oscar. Actually, be nice. You can kind of qualify a little better with workflows and whatnot. But beyond that, if you're just doing outbound, it's just volume, get the leads, make the dials, and sell. But yeah, talk to us, if you don't mind, Oscar, about kind of how your format is, because how you work these leads. Because you remember, guys, he's doing exactly what he's teaching. How are you actually setting up and going further, setting up appointments, doing follow-up sequences to your leads to help kind of lift up the higher quality leads?
Yep. So understanding, again, going into it, knowing the numbers, right? And the numbers are just basically the same across the board, right? If you're a full-time agent doing telesales and you want to be successful and you're buying leads or generating leads, you're going to want to have 100+ leads a week, right? Probably closer to 150 for me personally, because it doesn't matter how great the lead is or isn't. If you can generate that 100 to 150 at a low enough number, you're always going to be able to convert, right? 5%, 6%. If you're really good, you're up in the 10% range. But even on the lower end, which is somewhere around 5 or 6 is what I typically will see. Then out of 150, 100 leads, you're going to close 5 or 6 deals every single week. The other 90, 95 people are people that never pick up the phone, that you can follow up with, and maybe a few trickle in. But it's important when you get into this that you understand that, right? That you don't focus on, man, why aren't these people picking up? Why are they not showing up to my appointment? Why can't I get somebody on the phone? They filled out the lead. Why aren't they answering me? Like, they're not answering you because they don't care, right? Because it's a numbers game. And the sooner you understand that, the more efficient and better you'll be able to dial and work through the leads, right? When you understand that those 95 people don't matter, what matters is how soon can I get to the 5 or 6 that are going to convert. And so that's number one. What I typically do is I run an ad, and in that ad, once they fill out the lead form, we're trying to get them to now book a call, right? So that we have some pre-books coming in on a daily basis. And typically we'll see about 20%, sometimes 30%, just depends on the ad and the day. But about 20%, I think, is a good number of pre-booked appointments that are coming in through those ads. Now, out of those pre-booked appointments, 50%, 40%, 60%, between 40 and 60%, they never show up to the call. They're never there, right? And so we double book appointments. We're booking 15-minute appointments. So we're not wasting hours on people, right? We're just booking as many appointments, double, triple booking, understanding that it's a numbers game. And so if we can book enough appointments, even if 50, 60% of those people don't show up, the ones that do have now watched a minute-long video, have given you 6, 7, 8 pieces of information, have clicked through a different site, booked the call, they showed up to the call, and now they're on that phone with you, right? And so those people that do respond, that is it. That's the lead that you work so hard for and that you're trying to produce. And so that's what we try to do. And then as those pre-books are happening, my agents are just dialing. You know, if you're not dialing 100 plus 150 numbers a day, I personally don't want you on the team. It's just not, you're not going to be able to produce the numbers that we all need to get to. And when I'm dialing, I mean, I'm, $150, $200 a day, if that's what I'm doing. But I come from a place where when I worked at a stockbroker firm where I would come in and they would tape a phone to my hand, and we couldn't go to lunch until we had 100 dials, And so I just come from a different kind of mentality, but it is required for you to be successful. You got to do the dials, you got to do the reps, you got to be in front of people. But that's how I structure it to kind of help and get some of that pre-book coming in.
So briefly describe that. I think this builds into Gary's question about the funnel side. Mm-hmm. Do you have like a workflow where you're texting people, you're emailing them kind of before, or you're selling them on the appointment? Kind of go into a little bit about that, please.
Yeah, sure. So good question, Gary. So yeah, we will drive the person from the lead. It's a lead form. I typically only do lead forms. Sometimes I'll test once I have a good base of leads coming in. Then is when you start testing different things, right? You first need to understand your audience and then start doing some more effective targeting. But I typically only do lead forms and then drive them into a funnel after they've converted into a lead form. From that lead form, we're basically assuming the book a call, taking them to a one-page funnel, which is just a calendar page that we pretty up with a little bit of design and make it coincide with the actual ad that they just saw. And then they pre-book it. And that's really it. I mean, there's not a whole lot after that. Great. They come in and then we're just calling those people. Automations, as soon as that lead comes into our CRM, a workflow goes out. And a workflow is basically a 3 to 4 day, automation series of actions and tasks that happen. And so when that lead comes in, a text will go out and say, "Hey, David, we just received your request for information on final expense programs on TikTok. Just want to confirm your zip code is 11111. Is that correct?" And it's going through a series of about 4 or 5 yes questions, right? Just confirming email, zip code. And the point is to start warming up that lead while you're still dialing and getting on the phones with people. And so at some point, the automation goes into, well, it looks like we have some great programs for you in your area, and I have some availability to speak tomorrow, morning or afternoon. And then we're going through the process of booking that call. And that automation just helps. It's anything you can do to be more efficient on the sales side in this business is 1000% recommended, and I highly encourage. I highly encourage it.
Yeah, and to be clear here, this is an automation. So this stuff happens in the background as you're doing your job, calling and closing people. You got it literally with Oscar's setup. You have this automated workflow that it all makes it work. And it's such a huge relief. Bernadette, you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and ask a question? I see your hand raised.
Oh, well, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I'd like to know what kind of dialer you use to be able to get into that many calls a day, and which automated system are you using?
Good questions. So we use a CRM that just has a dialer within it. And the CRM that we use is called Lead to Client. That's the one that I've been using when I came into insurance. I also use Go High Level, which is kind of a variation of all of that. But Lead to Client is the one that we're using. And within it, you're able to just dial those phone numbers. And it takes a little bit of practice and efficiency to get fast, but nothing that anybody can't kind of get through. And so you're just constantly dialing. But yeah, that's what we use. And then what was the other question? Automation?
So it's not a power dialer then. It's you're still dialing the numbers. Is that what you're saying?
Well, not actually like putting in every number. You're just hitting a little button and it automatically dials, but it's not a real power dialer like you would use on like a Ringy or some of these other applications that are out there that are just constantly dialing for you.
Right.
We're not even using one of those.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And the other question was, what is this automated system? You put everything on automation. I'm not a techie, so I just don't. It doesn't register with me what you're saying.
It's interesting. I had and David, you saw the workflow, and I said to myself, let me send him a video of what a workflow looks like, because it's hard sometimes to explain. But if you can picture like a big web, right, and that web just goes from action to action. So again, you ask the question, automatically the system just does it. You ask the question of, hey, is your zip code 1111? The person answers yes, it's going to trigger another answer. If the person says no, then it's going to trigger another text, and that text might be, so sorry, we have the wrong info. Can I get your updated zip? And based on what that person answers through the text, the automation spits out a response with the end goal of trying to drive that person to book a call.
I see. Okay, I get it. So is this automation installed in this lead to client system? Is it in there?
Yeah. So there's several CRMs out there that are insurance specific.
Okay.
And they all provide some sort of workflow, some sort of automation that helps you as an agent reach those people. As part of my program, I incorporate a specific one that I've developed and that I've used and has been working. But yeah, all of them will provide you with some sort of assistance. And then as you get better and better, you start understanding you can try different ones. You can make one. So a lot of things you can do.
Wow, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Thanks, Bernadette. So this question's from Liz, and this is probably about the profile of TikTok and separating business from pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
Should I use my existing profile with friends and build from there, or create a separate business profile?
That's an interesting question, and you'll hear both sides, right? One side is that when you turn it into a professional page, you will lose some algorithm boost, right? Because now you're classified as a business. But when you create a business page, you can really brand and have access to a lot of analytics that you typically wouldn't. So Me personally, I recommend having your own business profile, right? Having, creating a brand, whether that's you personally or an actual company, whatever it is, but having a separate account where you dedicate that account to just posting about your business and educating that audience.
Right. Excellent. Questions, feel free to ask them in the chat. I think I've gotten through most of the ones that I have. Let's talk about scalemytiktok.com/DeFord, Oscar, if you don't mind.
Of course, absolutely. Yeah, always. Yeah, sure. So this program, so I created this with the idea and last year when I started seeing the need for something like this, right? Because it's not as easy as it's sometimes made out to seem in some of these like do-it-yourself courses and stuff that people buy. And now more than ever, I see it because I have clients that come in and go, well, I paid, $500 or $1,000 for a course, and it gave me 1,000,000 steps to follow, and I still can't get it, and so it works for some, it doesn't work for all. And so this is a setup that I created that is basically done for you, right? From beginning to end, we create a TikTok ad account, we create the actual ad, lead forms, we connect your CRM to the ad account. Most importantly, we produce a 45 to minute long video that incorporates the line of insurance and everything that we just kind of talked about. And that's your asset that then can be used across any other platform, not just TikTok. We deliver that in both horizontal, square, vertical versions so that you can use them on the different platforms. And we basically hand it over, ready to go. And then we provide a 30-day support where we're onboarding and I'm kind of showing you how the system works, how ads work, and things to look out for. And eventually, over the course of that month, you then kind of take it over, and then I have some ongoing training and support that I provide. But that's really the essence of the program.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, this is great. And guys, like I said, I do a lot of affiliate deals. This is another one, of course. I make a little affiliate commission off of giving this guys to you. Again, scalemytiktok.com/DeFord. But this is one of the few that I actually bought, okay? Because I'm convinced, being on TikTok, you're at the beginning of the curve of interest. It won't always be this good. And it's better to get in now and learn kind of how it works and what the details are before it's too late. Because I remember even 6-7 years ago when you could get a face-to-face, decent intent Facebook lead for like $12 to $15. Now, any decent one's $35 to $40, right? Yeah. And that was the course over 5 or 6 years as the interest and demand and final expense increased. So for me, I'm thinking like, hey, this is your opportunity to get in, learn the business model of TikTok, take advantage of it while there's this discrepancy in supply and demand, and get very good intent leads at a very good price, and video-based leads too, which I feel are a bit higher quality. So my opinion is, if you're thinking about generating your own leads and you want to kind of be ahead of the curve and you see all the reasons why, this is a great opportunity to get started in it. And again, I normally don't buy courses, but this is one of the few that I did. I've been very happy with the whole thing. Oscar's always been very attentive, getting back to me, giving us advice on things to improve, and it absolutely did. And putting the whole ad together, making it sensible. I've never really had to be involved too heavily with it. It's just been super simple. Couldn't ask for more.
Appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate that. The other thing to keep in mind right now is I'm doing, just because I want my clients to have the biggest benefit and be able to get back and start as quickly as possible. So right now, I also set you up. If you're coming on board as a client, I'm setting you up on TikTok and I'm setting you up on Facebook. No additional charge. It's just part of it. So you kind of get both, and you can use those videos across both platforms. So
perfect. Excellent.
Another perk.
Any last things to hit on before we wrap it up?
No, that's it. Any questions anybody has, feel free to reach out. I'm always available via text, through the site. I'd be happy to help anybody.
All right. And again, that website is scalemytiktok.com/DeFord. Oscar, appreciate you very much taking this time out of your busy day to help us out here. And thank you guys out in the live audience for watching this. If you have any questions, scalemytiktok.com/DeFord. Oscar will reach out to you personally when you go there and hit the help button, all that stuff. Otherwise, we'll see you next time on our training. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
Hey, greetings and salutations. Welcome back. David Duford here. I am with Cindy Seal of InsuranceMarketingHub.com, where they provide some of the industry's best sources for direct mail in the final expense Medicare space and beyond. We're going to talk a good bit today about why it might be a better idea for a lot of you to actually just buy leads instead of self-generate. We're going to kind of go into a more protracted conversation about when it's a good idea to do that, when it's not. And really why I think a lot of agents, including probably like 80% plus of you out there, should wait on do-it-yourself stuff and instead buy leads instead. So Cindy, welcome. Greetings and salutations from Bahama.
Thank you, David. It's nice to be with you again.
Yeah, thanks for taking some time here. So why don't you give my audience an introduction about yourself, your company, if they've never heard of you before, and what you guys do.
Okay, as David said, I'm Cindy Seal. I'm owner and president of Insurance Marketing Hub. We've been around for years, but I started this company about 6 years ago. And we focus on direct mail leads right now. We're going to be getting into the digital space. And we basically use a data-driven approach to generating direct mail leads for our clients. We service both insurance marketing organizations as well as the independent agent.
Yeah, and take a moment to describe what sets you guys apart from the other direct mail vendors. You mentioned data. I'd like you to expand on that, because I don't think agents, especially the newer ones, understand or really appreciate how that can make such an impact on the quality and the price point of your leads.
Yes, absolutely. Targeting and data is probably the #1 piece of doing a really good direct mail marketing campaign. Years ago, I worked in the cost per lead basis, and it was all about targeting the data to get the best possible lead at the best possible price. And what that means is not just knowing who to target, but who not to target. So you get rid of a lot of data. There are companies out there that do what I call spray and pray, and that's they mail everything, they hope for the best. What we do is we score and we model our data to be able to target the best data. And then about 30% of our data, we never mail because we know it won't respond. So that's what really makes the difference in a good quality lead. That and, targeting the right message to the audience as well.
Right. And I think that's what makes Cindy's company stand apart from the other direct mail, because no one really in our space talks about the data modeling or how to preferentially target the better responders that are more intentful and interested in what we're doing. And the outcome to all of this, guys, is that, especially nowadays, if you're in Medicare or final expense, is you got to really control your acquisition cost, right? And that's predicated by what you're paying for marketing. And so you need some intelligence, you need some modeling behind how you're doing your marketing to make sure that you're getting the best bang for your buck. That's just, this market is more competitive. And it's not that you can't make money in it at all. It's great. It's great. It's a still great opportunity. But what's increased is the acquisition costs, and it makes Cindy services in that much more demand to get a lead that is more competitively priced and marketed to the right people. That's going to get you in front of the best prospects. So one thing I wanted to talk about, because this video is first going to appear on my do-it-yourself training that we're doing. It's probably the first showing of this video that's gonna be seen. And so a lot of what people have seen up to this point are videos about vendors that provide services for leads and how agents can basically learn how to do it themselves and control the entire process. Now, I'll tell you my opinion in a little bit. I think it's not right for most agents. It may surprise you. You're on a do-it-yourself video. I'm supporting it. Why would I say that? I'll explain in a minute. But I want to see what your perspective is as a lead provider, been in the business a long time. What are some reasons agents should consider not outsourcing the lead generation prospect or process, but instead maybe outsourcing it to you guys as opposed to insourcing it and self-generating?
So I think there's a couple of reasons. First of all, let me say I'm a proponent of pretty much any kind of lead type. They all serve a purpose. But the reason that I think it's great to be able to outsource it to somebody is your lead vendor will have much more experience. They're not doing trial and error. They can save you time, money. They know how to target if they're doing any kind of data modeling or anything like that. And the other piece of it is I always believe in putting your time and your effort into things that you do best and will generate the best revenue for you. So if selling insurance is where you make your money, then spend your time and effort there because the ROI will be much higher. And I use an example. A friend of mine owned a hemp business, and they created products like soaps and different things like that. And they decided, hey, we'll grow our own hemp. That'll be great. Because before they were outsourcing it. They learned a lot. They learned how to ask the right questions of hemp growers and stuff like that, but they lost their shirts on the hemp side, and they lost touch with their business and being able to grow their business. So I use that as an example to say, if you're really good at insurance and that's where you make your bread and butter, focus your efforts there. And I do leads. People like me do leads. I don't sell insurance. So if everybody kind of does what they do best, I think you end up in the long run with a better ROI.
Yeah, I think that's a very profound long-term and short-term consideration for you guys who are new to the business or experienced. You know, we always have partners in business, right? And we're always asked, and no matter if you're selling insurance or otherwise, you're going to be prompted with, hey, maybe I should take responsibility for this particular task. And sometimes it's a good idea, but a lot of the times it ends up being a terrible idea because you forget what really matters. And I would say, as a person who recruits agents, trains them in my agency, the number one thing that makes my agents money is being in front of prospects in appointments or over the phone. And my goal as a trainer, as should be every trainer and managers and agency owners' goal, is to get more agents in front of more prospects. Because if you're in front of more prospects and that's what your time is spent on, you're going to make more money. And what a lot of people that I have seen go through the self-generation aspect, and it's not necessarily everybody's going to go through this, but a good percentage of people, they buy the course, they never do anything with it because it's so complicated. It's more moving parts than they thought, and it takes a lot more time, effort, money, and energy than they originally imagined. Again, we know people who do it well on a self-generated basis, but the reality is, if you have a good lead vendor and they're providing you solutions like what Cindy does, then you can focus on what matters, which is revenue creation activities, as meaning being in front of your clients and asking for more business. Any thoughts on that, Cindy?
I 100% agree with it. I mean, like I said, I'm a proponent of really knowing leads. So if you're experimenting with your own lead generation, I think it's a great idea. Just make sure that you don't sink too much time in that. You don't let your business suffer. But doing it yourself and learning some things makes you a better partner for a lead vendor too, because you know what it takes. You know what you're looking for. You've had some trial and error, and you can ask the right questions when you're working with a lead vendor. So it's not a bad thing at all to do. And it's also a good way to supplement any shortages you could have when you're working with your lead vendor. So the combo of the two is good. And I totally agree with you, David, on the newbies out there. This is not a track for a new agent. The new agent has so much effort to spend on learning the business and learning how to sell and learning how to handle objections. It's not the right time for them to be experimenting with it. But more experienced agents, I think it is a good fit. And I think most experienced agents that I know use a mix of leads anyway. So self-generated is just a natural progression, in my opinion.
Yeah, to me, the biggest thing, and I 100% agree with you, for the new people, like the last thing you should do, in my opinion, unless you have some kind of background in social media management, you understand the process intuitively at this point, you should just shelf the idea of doing any do-it-yourself, self-gen, Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, whatever, until you've established the more important skill set, which is what? Selling. If you can sell consistently and you can go out every week and make money, then I think at that point, there's a level of security you've developed for yourself to start experimenting, because that's what this is. Ultimately, it's an experimentation. I don't want new agents experimenting. I guess that's my point. New agents already have the world against them. They got to learn a whole new skill set. They got to deal with a whole new business model. There's a lot at risk here. And being also responsible for coming up with the leads on a self-generated basis, it adds another skill set that complicates what otherwise should be simple. So for me, my take on this is guys, if you're new, don't even buy a course, man. Just focus 3 to 6 months, learn your script, get good at this business, get consistent, be able to wake up every week and not worry you're going to make money or not, and that takes some time because it's a skill set to develop. And then start looking at these courses. And then in the meantime, or forever, as a lot of our top producers do. I mean, a lot of our guys, like John Dean, he's doing leads that a completely direct mail. And he wrote 100 policies this last month, and he's not doing self-gen. He doesn't have the time. What he's doing works, So long story short is, remember, this is a simple business, but it can be very complicated if you allow it to be. Cindy, tell my audience a little bit about what you guys do specifically. What kind of agents do you serve? What kind of product lines are you in? And just give us kind of an overview on that, please.
Okay, great. Well, like I said, we do insurance marketing organizations, agencies, and independent agents. Independent agents are new to us. Before we were only IMO, but as we, it was kind of a fluke that we started working with agents, but we have started working with them. We do direct mail for mortgage protection, final expense, Medicare. We dabble a little bit in some annuity work, but for the most part, those are the 3 big product lines that we do. And with what we do differently than I think most mailing companies, we'll work with an agency or an agent and figure out where they want to mail. We'll look at historic response rates. We'll look at availability. And we'll develop a strategic plan for how they should be generating leads, especially if they're looking to do something on a weekly basis. We also have a lead management system that comes with the program so that they have access to their leads, can print them, can use the CRM. So that's just part of the perks of working with us.
What's and for those, some people watching this are definitely going to have their own agency. Can you explain a little bit about how your IMO or agency program works?
Our agency program or our IMO program, we typically the leads are either ordered directly through a point person at the IMO, so they're collecting orders and placing big weekly orders, and then we can target for the agent they give us, so they can give us like Cindy wants 10 leads and David wants 20 leads, and that's how we mail, and everything is coordinated through a central point person. When we're working with an agent, it's a smaller scale version of that, since we're doing things specifically for them. Whenever we're mailing for agency or IMO, we use a 90-day suppression period so we can keep our data fresh, which means we're not remailing the same people over and over. We give it a 90-day rest before we go in there, and that keeps it fresh. We'll work with either the IMO or the agency, or the agent on what type of card they're looking to mail. And also what kind of demographics they're looking to mail. We really customize it. For the agency, it's customized holistically to the agency, all the agents. For the agent, it's specific to them, what they're looking to mail. And it's pretty much turnkey. Sometimes they place recurring orders, so it's just generating, orders every week. Sometimes they're changing things up and we take an order once a week and mail. Everything is mailed standard pre-sort, comes back first class, scanned and uploaded to the lead management system. So it's fairly turnkey, don't have to do a lot of thinking after the big strategy is built for the plan.
A lot of agents will ask, are your leads ever resold to others?
Never. We get asked a lot for B leads, which we never have. When we generate a lead, it's exclusive to the person we're generating it for. We deliver it and that's it. After a 90-day period, when we're remailing, we're buying new data. We never touch those leads again. So they're yours. And even if they're in our CRM, we get asked this a lot. Well, if they're in their CRM, we'll never have access to it. Well, if you mail once for us, we will deliver leads as long as you want them delivered to you. We'll get leads back sometimes a year, 2 years after we've mailed it, and we'll still deliver that to you and you'll still have access to it.
What are some tips you would give agents? Because again, a lot of the people watching this are on the newer side. What are some tips you would give agents who are buying direct mail leads from you guys, like to get the best experience and the highest odd chance of closing business?
The very first thing when I'm working with an agent is I find out how experienced they are with this. If they've never really, if they're brand new to the business, a lot of times I'll let them know you should make sure you have your talk track down, your objections, get that down. Direct mail can be expensive, but it's really, really good quality. But when you're new, if you haven't gotten your talk track and you're just feeling comfortable out there, you're not going to do well with direct mail leads. And it's an expensive proposition. I always recommend like age digital or really inexpensive digital so that you can fail and fail quickly so that when you're good at what you do, then you can start moving into direct mail. If you've got your talk track down, then the thing that I recommend is be willing to move. Don't sit in one place because you will burn out a territory really, really fast. And I think that's the biggest mistake some agents make. I only want to work these zip codes. Well, that may work the first couple times you mail, but then you tear up the territory and then you're not going to get response rates that you want. The other thing I think I would recommend is don't overly narrow your demographics. I mean, great to target what you're looking for, but some people think if I narrow in on my age or my income, that I'm going to get what I want. And typically what that does is just narrow your data down to the point of it's not sustainable. We always tell people when we look at your portfolio of what you're trying to mail, that you need a minimum of 13 weeks to be able to keep data fresh. And that's basically one suppression cycle. So if you don't have 13 weeks, we'll have you add more territory or we'll look at widening your demographics so that you can keep your data fresh and your response rate's good.
What about, so we kind of, a lot of this is really, it's your entire program for a lot of people here, maybe thinking this is about final expense, but you also do Medicare leads. A lot has changed with the Medicare world. Can you kind of describe what you guys are doing now as far as direct mail? Is it still viable for the agent?
Yeah, absolutely it is. When CMS first came out with the new compliance language during AEP, it really hurt response rates, like 50 to 60% drop in response rates with the new compliance language. And it happened right at AEP, which you have a little bit of a drop during AEP because so much mail is going into the marketplace. But what we learned through this is, how we place the compliance language, what we need to say. So we've kind of gotten everything that we do with direct mail is testing. So we've sort of had a lot more testing behind us, and we've been able to have response rates rebound on Medicare. So I still think it's a really viable option, which in the beginning, when we first started the compliance language, I was like, oh, this is going to really kill direct mail. But honestly, it hasn't now. I think we've rebounded. We've learned how to do it. And compliance language is here to stay. So we just need to work with it, whether you're digital or direct mail.
Yeah, and if you're out there and you're in the Medicare space and you've just been decimated by the response rate changes and your mail house or IMO is not helping you, Cindy's got it figured out. Please give them a call because I've looked at the numbers. They've rebounded response rates and they're doing it compliantly. Reach out. They're doing a fantastic job. So, Cindy, where can agents or IMOs who are interested in doing business with you go to learn more about setting up mailing campaigns with you?
So they can either go to insurancemarketinghub.com, which is our website, and there is a contact sheet on any of our product pages where they can actually schedule an appointment with us. And there's 3 of us. There's Eric, Chase, and myself who will do a consult with you and can help you plan out. And even if it's just to answer your questions, we're happy to do that. We do a lot of consulting with folks who are just getting into the business and want to know more about leads. We probably take, I'd say maybe 10, 15 calls, a week on just new guys looking for, how do I do this? So we're happy to help. And in many ways, we know that it'll be a long-term client, even if it doesn't start off right away. So we're happy to help you with that.
Perfect. So insurancemarketinghub.com is where you need to go. Cindy, thanks for taking some time on your vacation to be with us. We appreciate you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great to be with you again, David.
Glad to have you back on another broadcast here. We're doing our second training of the day. I've got some old friends in the business, Mr. Josh Jones and Brandon Smotherman. Y'all say hello.
Howdy, howdy. Thanks for having us again.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
Hey, Brandon. So we got these guys in here. They are the owners of Agent Autopilot. We've been doing business together, helping agents for several years now. And they've got something new cooking that admittedly I thought sounded kind of silly. I laughed when I first heard about what we're going to talk about. But y'all won't be laughing after you hear a little bit more about it. So we're going to kind of start this off by talking about ACA marketing, using Facebook, kind of going into some basics about ACA health insurance, et cetera. Josh and Brandon have prepared a presentation to go through with this and then kind of talk about one of their cool programs that they're using to help agents sell more ACA. So why don't we start this way, Josh and Brandon, go ahead and introduce y'all yourself to my group of people here. And then Josh, you can jump in and take it away.
Yeah, definitely. I've been, been in insurance for about a decade now. Got in right around the same time Dave did. I remember starting to see his posts on the insurance forum, and I think that was even before YouTube and all that stuff, right? Wasn't it, Dave?
Yep.
But got in maybe a year after him. Got into final expense. Did that pretty successfully for a number of years. Was about around $180,000, $200,000 a year producer. Eventually learned some digital marketing, and then when COVID hit, really just amped that up, and we launched Agent Autopilot, lead generation, a lot of different automation tools for insurance agents, and that's what we've been doing ever since. I'll get into the ACA stuff when I guess I start my presentation. I'll let Brandon tell you about himself.
Oh man, similar story. I think we all got started relatively close to the same time. And I had been trying to get out of it though for the first 5 years of it, I think, and I just couldn't get away. It was like a black hole. David became famous, and I just knew I didn't want to work all by myself in a little Toyota Corolla, driving the whole state of Florida for the rest of my life. Had some success, won trips. That was fun. I didn't even know that existed. I didn't know what I didn't know. We started winning free vacations, and joined up with Josh a few years ago, started an agency, and making more friends and having fun, helping people. Yeah, and COVID really shifted things, obviously, for all of us in lots of different ways. But I think there's a lot of neat things that have also come out of it. And so this is definitely one of them, and super exciting opportunity to help a lot more people. And the last piece here is I knew, I became great, I guess, at final expense. I always knew in the back of my mind, though, that it couldn't end there. I couldn't consider myself like a legit business person, or one of the things we always say is, like, even in recruiting purposes, you want to own your own business, you want to be in control, you want to sign your own check. I mean, all of that's great, but I knew none of that was going to be true for me if I didn't really know and do more than just drive around like a chicken with my head cut off, trying to slang final expense only. And so that's an exciting piece of kind of opening the door to helping in a lot more ways, and it does become a more legitimate business. And so that's kind of been the past few years, and it's been a lot of fun. So thanks for having us on, David, man. We're excited.
Yeah, Brandon, thank you. Yeah, and I can remember you early on. You were one of the first few final expense agents, at least in our cadre of associates that got into Medicare. Now that's all the rage, especially the last couple of years. And I think the big picture here is why both y'all are here, is looking at this not as a job, but as a business, and how to expand beyond just a one-time close that you make a good upfront money for. Nothing wrong with that, but to develop some kind of business, if you will, where there's some sort of income paid over a long-term basis, as opposed to like a one-shot wonder, like a lot of life insurances. And for those of you who are new to the business, this is important. This is why you look beyond just a high first-year commission product and develop residuals, because at some point we all have kids, or our interests change and or modify, and having some sort of residual income is really what makes this business way good. To make money and not have to like grind it out 12 hours a day. You got to pay your dues, But at some point, after you pay your dues, you should start looking elsewhere and other products to cross sell. And this is kind of why both of them are here, because that's what we're going to talk about. So Josh, why don't you jump right in, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so you can kind of take over and have at it.
You sharing your screen, or do you want me to share mine? I've got the PowerPoint over here. I don't.
Yeah. Can you share yours? Is that okay? I can do it on my end, whatever's easier.
Yeah, it'd be easier because I think I need to click buttons just in case.
Okay. Yeah, whenever you're ready, I'm on it. Do your thing.
You guys see that good?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. So, we want to talk about, ACA, and I'll get more into it, and lead generation, but renewals are really the big thing. What he's talking about, if you're a final expense agent, I mean, you're going to cap out after about 5 years, probably, because, you're going to be losing 10, 20% of your business a year, or more. And so after 5 years, that's about it. That stuff from the first year is gone. And so adding residual income through Medicare and different types of health insurance products are great. So I want to talk a little bit about ACA, which is the Affordable Care Act. It was known as Obamacare, in the early days. And the question is, why would we want to look at ACA? Is that something that would interest me? Is that going to align with what I'm doing? Is there enough business out there? And it's a huge market. I mean, there are currently 35 million Americans that are on an ACA plan now, and a lot of people got added to Medicaid during COVID. If you'll remember, there was just all sorts of Medicaid expansion, and starting April 1st, up to about 14 million people are going to get kicked off their Medicaid, and then the only thing they're going to be able to qualify for is ACA. And with ACA and the new law, everybody's required to have health insurance now, right? And so it's one of those things, like we always, look at like the P&C agents and like, oh, it's easy for them. Everybody has to have that product. Well, now that's true for health insurance. And so it makes it a lot easier to sell, especially when most of these plans and most of the prospects that we are going to look at are going to qualify for $0 premium plans. Okay. It's like kind of like selling a Medicare Advantage without all jumping through all the hoops.
Yeah, I'll add here real quick, Josh. You may hit on this, but I think it's worth mentioning. I believe the number is 4 out of 5 Americans that qualify for an ACA plan pay less than $10 a month. It's just incredible, because that wasn't how it was 15 years ago with major medical plans that you would buy individually. It was a lot more than that. So this is, with the 14 million coming off of Medicaid, this is a huge opportunity to take care of this market. It's tremendous. But please proceed.
Yeah, and it's I keep telling people it's kind of like a cash grab opportunity, right? You've got all these people that are dropping in. It's all residual business, renewal business, and I'll explain that as we go through. Now, just like with Medicare, and most of you are probably more familiar with that, there's an open enrollment season, and then if they qualify based off different SEPs, you can get them in there. But for most of these people, you're actually able to enroll them year round for a lot of the different SEPs. One of the big ones is anybody that falls between 100 and 150% of the federal poverty level automatically qualify for an SEP anytime, all the way through 2025. Now, they may extend that in the future, but we know that we've got at least a good 2 years for that. So if you have a single person making 13,000 to 20,000, or a couple making 18 to 27, they qualify. And even if they're a little bit lower than that, you can always, when you're inputting their information, you can, you can say, well, the expectation is that they'll fall in here and it'll get them the qualification. All right. But most of the people that we market to, and Facebook's really good about this, is when you start running ads on Facebook, it's going to start showing your ads to other people that have clicked on the ad, okay, that are like them. Okay. And so the algorithms on these social media platforms are kind of scary, to be honest, but it works out good in our favor in this situation. They can also qualify if they've ever been denied for Medicaid or would be denied for Medicaid. So if somebody's above this 100%, they're always going to get denied Medicaid. And so that creates another SEP. But there's a number of them. 99% of the people that we run into running these type of Facebook ads qualify for $0 premium. Actually, I've yet to see one that didn't qualify for a $0 premium based off the SEP. And since January, we've enrolled almost 400 clients into ACA. So, we've got a little bit of experience in that. Again, all these SEPs are good through 2025. They'll probably be extended. I'll tell you this. I don't know where all this will be in 10, 20 years, but the government wants to get us out of the insurance business, at least the health insurance, right? So they want to bring in all these people. And so again, it's a cash grab opportunity for us because they still need us at this point. So how do you get started selling ACA? You know, I mean, I used to joke and say, I don't even know how to spell ACA. I mean, how do you even get into it? There is a certification that you have to be in. It's called an FFM if you're in one of, if you want to sell on the federal marketplace, similar to AHIP, but not nearly as hard. Very, very easy. Anybody can get through it. A couple hours, you can take it as many times as you want. I think you have to get a 70% instead of, what is AHIP, 90% that you got to get? Yeah. And I mean, that thing's hard, you know, even with all the, well, we'll leave that alone. But either way, the different tools and resources that we use. Obviously, you need to get contracted. I'm sure Dave can help you with all that. And then Health Sherpa. I don't know if you guys have heard of that, but people can go to healthcare.gov and, you know, submit their own application. Agents can go on there, but it's not very user friendly, just like anything the government normally drops out, right? And so Health Sherpa came along. They said, look, we can streamline this, make it very easy for users, for agents, and they have. All right. And so you just need to create a Health Sherpa account. Very easy. You literally just go in, plug in their information like you would with an online application. At the end, it'll spit out all the plans that they are, you know, that they could get. And then you just kind of pick the best ones. We get this question all the time. What state should I be in? I would start with your home state if it has a federal marketplace, because then you can use Health Sherpa. But if you're, you know, if there's another, if you're not, like say I'm in California and I don't know what the rules are, just get a non-resident license. You can go, you can Google just, you know, federal marketplace states. There's 25, 30 of them that are not on a state exchange. And then you can just get that. Yeah, Dave?
Yeah. Thanks for that. So first of all, we absolutely do contracting for ACA, davidduford.com/FAQ. Excuse me. Then click on the ACA health insurance link. You'll see exactly all of this information. You want to be in the market that Josh described, because there are certain states where they've got their own state exchange versus the federal exchange. Usually it's a lot harder to get contracted in those states. And make sure, guys, before you go through the contracting process, that you review commissions too. There are certain states where commissions, it just varies across the board. Some are really low, some are very high. Right, perfect. All right, so you're right on it. So make sure you're looking at that, because it makes a huge difference in your bottom line. Go ahead, Josh.
It does. So, I mean, there are states that'll pay 18, 20, 25, 30. It seems on average it's about 25, but take a look at that. Now, I will say this, you know, everybody's looking at these numbers, right? Oh man, I can get paid $25, $30 over here. I'm just going to go do that. And guess what happens? Every agent is there marketing there. So you can get lower lead costs if you're targeting a lower pay state. I have not had enough time to cross, you know, or split test all that to see, you know, okay, my leads are $10 here, they're $20 here, but, you know, I make, you know, twice as much. I don't know. But you can look at it. I mean, most agents, though, I will tell you, they're all going for the higher price states.
Right.
That's for sure. So ACA plans, they pay different based off the carrier and the state. So some carriers will pay, you know, 25 in one state and one might do 20. So you got to look at all the different things. But again, on average, it's about $20 to $25 per month per enrollment. Okay. And before I get on that, so there's no advance commissions. It also means there's no chargebacks, okay, which is beautiful. And if you sign somebody up, you know, you're just going to start getting paid that monthly residual income. You know, it takes about 45, 60 days till you get paid the first time. But imagine if you just added 100 clients and you're getting $25 a month. Well, now you're getting $2,500 a month in renewals. And this is pretty basic math there, right?
Wait, so how long does that renewal last for?
It'll last until they leave, right? Until, you know, they cancel the plan. You know, and the nice thing about Health Sherpa is it will auto enroll them for 5 years after that. Okay. I still recommend that you go in there during OEP and then just go ahead and grab them, because there may be better plans, right? It's just going to keep them going. So I would do that, and, you know, just having a little bit of personal touch.
So to be 100% clear, guys, for those of you who are new to ACA, this is your first time looking at that. Like if you're in this example that he has on the screen here, month one, $25, that's $25 per client for the life of the person as long as they keep their policy with you. This is a residual lifetime paying product. Everybody understand that? So make sure that that's the appeal here. It's a long-term residual based income. So just want to make sure everybody understands that. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, because I mean, if you the first month you go out there and you pick up 100 clients, you're like, man, 100 clients, I'll get to that. We can do it because we're doing about 400 a month now. But you can do this, and so it just starts stacking up. Month one you're at 2,500, month two you're at 5,000, month three you're at 7,500, and it can just keep going from there, right? And it'll just keep going on. And then the ACA carriers also pay huge bonuses for new members. Okay, I've got it down here. It's different for each company, each state. They got wherever they want to buy business at, right? But you can make an additional $25 to $100 per member that you bring in. Okay, now they got to be new. A lot of times when you're running ads, about 50% of them will be new, and about 50% of them will be what's called an AOR change, an agent of record change, if y'all are familiar with that. And so obviously they're not going to pay you for that, but some of them pay you bonuses for just every extra member you have. Okay, so another 25 to 50 bucks. There's so much money here, it's ridiculous in ACA. What else? Okay, so let's talk about the Facebook ads, because that's really what everybody wants to know, right? How do I market this? These are just some of the different creatives that we've come up with. We've got dozens and dozens of them, but you just want something that's eye-popping, something eye-catching. Whenever, and just so you understand kind of the basics to Facebook ads, people are just scrolling. They're not looking for health insurance or whatever you're selling, right? And so you want something that's called it's called a pattern interrupt. Okay, something that just makes your brain stop and go, what is that? Okay, so using bright colors, anything that says $0 always works really well, because nobody wants to pay anything, right? We use $0 all over the place, and the nice thing is, again, CMS is kind of leaving ACA plans alone now. Years down the road, they may start tightening the belt and become, kind of like what they're doing with Medicare. But for now, they're not doing any of that. It's kind of like the wild, wild west. Okay, so we've got a lot of just rope to go on. Put in there new plans are available in your area. Submit the form, and we'll find the best $0 plan for you. That should be for you, not to you. I always usually include something like this. Benefits include monthly premiums as low as $0, zero doctors and specialists, dental, vision, fitness benefits. It's a lot like a Medicare Advantage ad if you've ever run those, right? Hey, we got $0 and you're going to get all these freebies, and people love that stuff. And so it makes the lead costs pretty low. So the call to action, $0 health insurance. So if you're familiar with setting up Facebook ads, this is your your main ad copy. This is your call to action down there, and then you just hit sign up or enroll or learn more or whatever you want. A lot of times people ask me, well, I've never run Facebook ads. Do I need a landing page? Do I need a website for something like this? And the answer to that question is no, you don't. Now you can, but just know that always landing page leads are going to cost more than what is called instant forms or lead ad forms inside of Facebook. They basically have their own internal landing pages, and they're awesome. It's built in, it's already there. You're not taking them off a Facebook site, so it's quicker, right? You would be surprised. Somebody will click on your ad, and then because it takes 3 seconds to load your website, they got a phone call, or the kids started screaming, or whatever. And hey, look, we're impatient nowadays. If a website takes 5 seconds to load, I'm searching for something on Google, I just hit back. Right, and just look for something else. So that's why the lead ad forms are very good. It's lower cost than landing pages. You can plug in there and ask all the questions you want, and you can get all the information you need. All right, so what do Facebook leads cost for ACA? It can run the gamut, okay? You can get them really as low as $5 all the way up to 25, 30 bucks. I average it out about 10 to 25 bucks a pop. Client acquisition, that's a number you should know, okay? If you don't know this number in your marketing, it's going to be very hard to scale. But usually you can spend about $75 to $100 to retain a client. That means you spend $100 to get a $25 a month, residual commission. Okay. So, you do have to have some marketing in place that it's not a break even right off the start. If you've got leads, what do you do with them? Okay. That's always the next question. One thing about Facebook, it's not very intuitive. It doesn't have a good CRM built in. You can just, when you're running your ads, you'll see this little on Facebook leads form. You can always click that button and you can download them. All right. That'll put them on a spreadsheet for you. And then you can, put them on a Google Sheet. You can then import them to your CRM. If you're familiar with Zapier, you can also use that. You can connect Zapier to your Facebook lead form and then push it directly to your CRM. Okay. Obviously, we run a CRM. So if you guys ever need something for that, Dave's got links for that, but we do offer an ACA agent autopilot build out. Okay. So that you can drop your leads in there and get on them. And just how it works is pretty simple. The new leads would drop in here. Okay. You call them up, close them down, and then you just go to Health Sherpa and input their information. And then there's basically 3 different pipelines because there's going to be 3 different situations you're going to run into. It's either everything is in there. They've got all their income documentation. They've got all just everything they need, which is usually you just have to verify citizenship and income. And sometimes that's there. And if it is, you just push them over to fully enrolled. It sends out all the automations, the information. Hey, here's what plan you're on. This is how much it is. But sometimes they're missing information and you can just drag them to that pipeline and it'll request it. Here's the beautiful thing. Okay. They talk about the fortunes in the follow-up. We like to automate a lot of that stuff, but the nice thing is that healthcare.gov and Health Sherpa are going to be hitting your clients too. Okay. Healthcare.gov, I mean, goodness gracious, they're sending them emails, text messages, phone calls, letters, carrier pigeon, everything. Okay. They want these people on the government healthcare system. Okay. So they're going to just keep pushing them to there. And then, you just update 3 fields inside of Agent Autopilot. So you get the lead, you close them down, you go put it on Health Sherpa, and then literally you're just adding in the summary benefits, the carrier you put them with, and then the effective date, you put that back in autopilot, you're done. Okay. Everything else is all automated on the back end. All the emails, correspondence, follow-ups, client retention, all that stuff drops in there. Happy birthday, Merry Christmas, Happy Thanksgiving. That gives you that. Even if you guys just do that, you guys just set up something that just sends out messages to all your clients on birthdays and holidays, you'll get all sorts of referrals. Oh yeah, my sister needs some insurance, or I need to add some more. And then the CRM is nice because obviously you can automate all that. But then if you're offering multiple products, you just select all your clients, say, hey, did you guys know that 1 out of 3 people die from cancer every year? Do you know they have cancer insurance that pays you out? Whatever you want to cross sell. If you've got hundreds and hundreds of clients on the books, you send out 1 email, you're going to get a few leads, right? You're going to get a few people looking at you. And so it's very easy to do in our system. But this is what David, he's like, oh, you got to tell him about it. So we have come up with an easier way. All right. The old way, of course, was you generate the lead, you buy the lead, whatever, you make the dials, you close the deal. Right. But what if there was a way where you skipped out the making the dials part? Okay, what if you didn't have to close them down? What if you didn't have to sell them at all, and you could just automate that? The new way is to add a CMS compliant written authorization to roll to your Facebook lead into the best $0 plan. All right. So the way that CMS has it worded is that if they give you verbal or written authorization to enroll them into an ACA plan, you can do it. Now there's a whole list of things you got to do, and you got to include it in there, and we do that. Okay. And so when we run our ads, we say, hey, get 2023 coverage without speaking to an agent. And then when they go into the lead ad form, it's very clear. They say, I understand that I am asking you to enroll me in this healthcare plan, the $0 plan. I'm going to send you all this information. I understand you're going to become my agent of record. And it's but it covers all the different CMS bases. You're not actually getting leads. You're just getting actual enrollment requests. I put on here 97% of your leads will turn into enrollments without you ever having to contact them. It's freaking awesome. Okay, we call it. Do I put it in here? Yeah, we're calling it the no dial ACA money printer system. Okay, when I said before, it costs around $75 to $100 to acquire a client. On this method, it costs between $15 and $25 to acquire a client. Okay, because you don't have to spend all the time the calling them up, getting them, selling them, and all that. I mean, you buy leads. You get 100 leads. Maybe you close 20%. Okay, well that you got to take that all into account with your client acquisition costs. But here, 97% of them are turning into sales. Okay, we give them the option to say yes or no. That's where the 3% come in. Some of them, it's crazy. They'll say no, I don't agree to this, and then they still fill out the ad. I've got automations and autopilot that'll reach out to those people, and some of those will turn into sales. But it really lowers your client acquisition costs when you don't have to call the lead, when you don't have to close the lead, because as Brandon always says, not everybody's cut out for sales. Okay, some people don't like the rejection. Okay, we've kind of eliminated that portion of it. So if you want more information on that, I have a full webinar on that you can take a look at. You can email us. I know that I gave Dave a link that'll take you directly there to that. Do you have that, Dave? Do you want me to? I think I've got it. If you want it, I can put
if you're watching this on a recorded basis, check the description out. We'll include that link in the comments box or in the description. For those of you watching live, check the chat. I just put it there. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, that's yeah, I put it in there too. But yeah, I mean, it's an amazing system. We have, again, the last time I looked, we were close to 387 clients, and we started, I'm not kidding, January 29th. Okay. It's an amazing system. It's a cash grab opportunity because it's just not gonna, I think eventually CMS will come back and say, you can't do this anymore. And if it lasts.
Yeah, this is, if I may here, pop in here. Are you done with this? You got some more slides?
Yeah, this is pretty much it. I don't think I have any more.
Okay. I'll pop you off here and come back on. Thanks for that. Yeah, here's the thing, guys. This is really important to understand. In the insurance business, you kind of have to be like Madonna. If you're not over 30, you probably don't know who Madonna is. But she's reinvented herself a number of times, kind of just going with the times, right? You go back to the 80s and the 90s and early 2000s, just kind of a reinvention. Even now, she's like a grandma and dancing around with horns on her head, I guess, whatever. She's doing her thing. But the insurance business is very much like Madonna in the sense that things change, There was a time 20 years ago when health insurance was a fantastic market. Then the Affordable Health Care Act came out, CMS cut out or whatever governing body, and then it went away and then it came back. Likewise, Medicare was very much in the beginning of Medicare Advantage in 08, 09, 010, very much no compliance, just like ACA is now. It was a cash grab then. You could door knock for Medicare Advantage. It was a great time to be in the business. And then the government shut it down. Or not say shut it down, but they really clamped down on this. Now, why am I bringing all this up? Because this is the beginning of a trend. This whole system, in my opinion, ain't going to be around in a couple of years, maybe longer. This is just too easy to make work, but it does obviously work. And the point is, it's very rare in the insurance business. I mean, Josh, Brand, you've been around 10 plus years, just like me, to be in a position where you can take advantage of something that's so profoundly simple, that doesn't require what normally we have to go through, this grind thing, and actually produce results. But I think as time progresses, you're going to see more compliance in the ACA space. You're going to have to. It's simple to get the ACA credential. You can enroll people without talking to them. There's so much people coming into the market with the Medicaid stuff stopping. It's very rare you run into a real life opportunity. Most of the time what happens is you look back after it's all said and done and you're like, well, hell, I wish I was a part of that, right? And then it's a tougher market with more competition, higher acquisition costs, right? Restrictions on how you can or cannot do business. That is not the case right now. This is really a ground floor level opportunity. As cheesy as that sounds, this is truly the case here in ACA. Josh, Brandon, comments on that? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's the case. Oh, go ahead, Brandon.
Well, I was just going to say how David ended there. If all of us, we have, I think, these even unspoken dreams of like, oh man, I wish I would have got in with Apple stock when it first started, or Google, or all these things, and it just sounds like a pipe dream. Oh, what it coulda, shoulda. But exactly what Dave said there. I mean, this is kind of like that. I mean, there's no promises that you're going to turn into an Apple CEO here, right? But
Right.
it is an opportunity to get into before there's the red tape that's put all over it to kind of prevent it from happening on a large scale. So it's not there. It's least, so you at least have a couple years, but it really is an opportunity for all of us to where you say, man, I've always wanted to get in on one of those. Well, this is it. It's right here. Don't
Yeah,
you know? Like,
it really is.
We did a big webinar with just a list of people that have been following Agent Autopilot for a while now, and I just told them, I was like, look, guys, we all, most of us that we're talking to, you're not filthy rich. You're not exploring opportunities. If you were a millionaire, these different things. But this is one of those things that I don't care if you don't have any money. You know, go talk to a wealthy uncle, sell a car, go in your garage and put all of that on eBay. I mean, this is one of those things that you want to do something crazy for. I really feel like that. I mean, it's a big deal.
Yeah, and I almost look forward to the red tape in the future, because I know it's not going to happen for, in the short term, but let me go grab as much market share as I can, and then add all the red tape you want. Now all my book's safe, and I'm getting all these renewals, and much easier. There's tons of cross-selling opportunities. I'm working on something now. I didn't tell this on our last webinar because I hadn't had it all worked out, but there's a company that it's a dental vision company, and the way they get leads is by talking to people that have enrolled their people into ACA. And he's like, well, here's what we'll do is when you enroll them, we'll call them up, welcome to them to the family, grab any income documentation if that's needed, and we will cross-sell them dental and vision, and you guys just get your commission cut. So we're adding so many things to this, because you can just mass enroll clients. Think about it. I mean, how many of you are sitting on 400 clients? I mean, let's be realistic, right? We're almost at 400 clients just in this niche in 30 days, right? It is attainable. And then when you've got a huge book of clients like that, think of all, you can just sit back and work your book, Yeah,
it's yeah. I mean, I was very hesitant to talk about this originally. I even told Josh when we were talking about doing some affiliate arrangements maybe a month ago, I was like, I don't want to do that. That just sounds too cheesy. It just sounds like a gimmick, money printer system. Like anytime I see that stuff, I'm automatically rolling my eyes. But the reality is stuff works. ACA is definitely the Wild West right now. There's as you will find out in 5 years, there will be more agents involved in it, and what will probably happen is the red tape will be pulled up and stuff like this that really, where there's this huge demand and not enough supply of agents to fill it, will correct itself, right? This is one of those market opportunities where it doesn't exist forever, And you can kind of say the same thing, that's how Final Expense used to be. I still think Final Expense is a great opportunity, but Brandon and Josh remembers when we could get direct mail leads for $20-25 that said life insurance on them, and there wasn't a bunch of agents running around. It was definitely a less difficult, especially from a lead acquisitions or a client acquisition standpoint. But that's what happens is the market saturation, with the marketing costs. And it just isn't the case yet with ACA. More reason to do it,
Mm-hmm.
So some questions here in the chat. Let me hit these up here. First, some questions, just some general questions about marketing for ACA. I don't think the mandate did get repealed. I don't think health insurance is required.
Is that really?
Yeah, it's not required. Yeah, you don't need it anymore. That was thrown out during the Trump era.
Oh,
but
nice.
most people own health insurance. I mean, health insurance is a good that most people agree they need. It's taught from your kids or from your parents to yourself. If you're a responsible adult, you have health insurance to some extent, right? It's not like life insurance where it's like, well, I'll just wait later to get it, right? It's more front and center. So it's much like PNC is, or a car insurance. You got to have it. Most people think you got to have, maybe you're not forced to have it, but you got to have health insurance, right? Especially if you have people that depend on you. Certification is really easy at davidduford.com/ACA. If you decide to start enrolling, you can see where you can start getting contracted with us for all the ACA carriers in the states you want. And we go through the FFM certification process, super simple to do, way easier than AHIP for most agents in my experience. Continue and go here. Adesh has a question. Health Sherpa shows that I can't shows carriers or providers I can't contract with using the personal link. Do you have a comment on that or why that may be?
Oh, I don't know all the answer to that. And I know that Health Sherpa, I mean, that's their racket, is that if you can't contract with the carrier, you can still place a prospect with them and they will pay you a referral. Okay, so you might get paid $25 to $100 one time, and they'll take it. When we first started doing it, I saw this Florida Blue plan. I was like, oh man, this is great. We're going to put everybody with Florida Blue. And then I was like, hey, where do I get contracted with Florida Blue? And there's no way to get contracted with Florida Blue. And I said, sorry about you. Nobody else is getting Florida Blue, but Health Sherpa is, and they'll get all that. So, but it will just list out any company that's available in that area. And then, write what's in your bag, of course.
Right. Okay, perfect. As far as costs go, if you guys see down here in the link below, again, if you're watching this on a recording, look in the description or comment box to click the link. There's a longer version seminar. I told Josh to let's get to the core of this to get you guys intrigued. And there's a couple of different options. If you go click the link, and you might be watching this in the future, the price may change. So go to the link. There's some information on that page. Eventually, there'll be a discussion on price. So check that out. It's well worth the investment, though, for sure. And it's fairly priced based on what I've seen. Facebook rejects my ads for ACA. What's the secret to get them through?
Ad copy creative. I don't know. We've not had any rejected. So I don't know. I mean, as long I don't know what you're putting on there to get them rejected. A lot of times it's asking for more personal information than you should, because you're like, well, I need their income. I need this. I need that. And when you start talking about that type of stuff, you're always going to get rejected nowadays. I mean, there's so much when it comes to Facebook ads nowadays, and so in our program we just set it up for you on this one. At least it's not like a course like we've sold in the past. We'll just go into your account and we'll set it all up.
Oh, cool. So you just jump in there, you set it up for them. Just so it's kind of like set it and forget it. I mean, obviously got to have some management of it, but there's a lot more engaged. That's cool. Okay, perfect.
That's correct.
All right. Any last questions from anybody before we wrap this up? Just post it in the chat. Final thoughts here, guys. Like I said, I think I've made myself pretty clear here. I think this is a fantastic opportunity. If you want to take advantage of this, you should while it's still here. You may be watching this in the future. It may be 6 months, year, 2 years later or more, and it's not available. Sorry, we tried. But that's, it's one of those things you got to strike while the iron's hot. I think this is one of those rare opportunities where, again, the demand far outstrips the supply of availability. And if you like the idea of this, very simple, click the link in the description box or in the comments box, and that will take you to the website where you can learn more about how all this works and take action on it. So Brandon and Josh, appreciate you being here, and y'all have a good rest of the day. Greetings and salutations. Dave Duford here. I'm with Mr. Joseph Wall of Insurance Toolkits. Joseph, say hello.
Hi.
Good to have you back, Joseph. I love insurance toolkits. They are the best in class quoter and so much more in the final expense space and even more beyond that. So I'm having Joseph on here to kind of walk us through exactly how his awesome product works. Every one of you out there should have this if you don't already. So we're going to spend some time walking through the product, learning more about it. And you will see by the end of this conversation why you absolutely must have this product. So Joseph, why don't you do a little intro about yourself, the company, and jump right in and walk us through things.
Sure. So we started the platform in December of 19, and over the past 3 years, we've become pretty much the only option in the industry for what we do. In fact, this morning, our site was actually being a bit slow. We've got a few messages from people because there's so many people and we've had to increase the number of servers that we have. So we're really pleased with the reception we've gotten, and people like Dave recommending our system, and it's because it's built and maintained by agents, and that's ultimately what you need in this business, is to be led by people who know what they're doing. You don't want to be being given recommendations by people that haven't written the products and don't understand the nuances of what we do on the life and the health and all the different cross-selling that we do. So I will share my screen here, and we're just going to go through a quick run through of the system. So with the nice thing with our system is that we include all the toolkits in one account. So if you're an agent that primarily sells one product type, but you don't always sell, for example, dental, maybe you don't sell too much of MedSup, but for that 1 or 2 scenarios per year where they do come up, you want to make sure that you're able to properly represent those products, because even 1 or 2 sales can be an extra several $1,000s in your pocket and can lead to other opportunities. Maybe you'll end up selling that product more often once you sell it one time. So what we'll start with is the facts, and we'll spend most of our time there. So you always want to enter all the information on the left side to the best of your knowledge. So the client's age, the coverage type you're looking for, the face amount. I'm actually going to remove the face amount here, and I'll explain why in a second. And we're just going to enter a few different health conditions. So we'll say that the client that I'm sitting with has atrial fibrillation, so we'll put in AFib. We'll say that they were being treated every day. They take their medication. They were diagnosed about 3 years ago. Then we'll ask drill down or follow-up questions. So a lot of companies, in fact, most companies, there will be some qualifications on a number of different conditions to determine the underwriting results. So simplified issue doesn't mean simplified, but especially for newer products like Transamerica, the guidelines can be much more nebulous than you might think or what some people might propose. So we're going to say that there's not been an episode of a flare-up, and we'll say they're not taking any anticoagulant, blood thinner medications. So that brings up a good point of, in this case, I'm just entering the health condition, but if you have the medications, you should always enter the medications, because a client might say that they have high blood pressure, but then when you ask what medications they're taking, they could say isosorbide and nitroglycerin. And that presents a very different picture for the insurance companies who check MIB, RX in almost all cases than what the client thinks. And clients often just don't know very much about their own health profile, unfortunately, especially in the final expense space. So what I will enter here is, let's say the client says they're diabetic, and I ask, what medication you're taking, and we'll say that they say they're taking Afrezza, which is a insulin. So if I can spell, you just type in insulin if you don't know the specific brand, and we'll say that the person says they have no complications. We'll say it was first filled maybe about 2017, so this person's 55, so they were diagnosed about 6 years ago, which is important because if you go below 50, a number of companies ask that. So always enter the first fill date when you know it, or at least the approximate. The number of units taken daily. So the way our system works is we'll ask you these questions based on the number of companies you have turned on. In my system, I have every single final expense company that is on our platform on. So there's a number of companies that ask about number of units. We'll say this person takes about 25 units per day. Their diabetes is not uncontrolled. Their A1C, their most recent one, was less than 8%. So now we've asked all the relevant questions as it pertains to underwriting for that condition for the companies I have turned on. And if I run the quote here, again, there's going to be a number of results, but it'll show us first the day one options for this quote. So companies that will issue level, preferred, immediate day one coverage. A number of companies will even have Social Security billing, which is very important. When you write carriers with SSB, you're going to see between a 10 to 15% difference, an increase in the persistency, which really adds up, especially if you're doing this as your career. Imagine making 10% more money over the course of your career. That's a lot of money. And having those clients stick is time that you don't have to spend going back out and trying to rewrite them. And it's just spinning your wheels really at that point. A number of other indications we have in our system. So we can see in Pennsylvania here, there's no voice app, but there is a remote email signature option. So little things like that we will indicate to you. You can see there's a note here for Illinois Mutual. So we try to give you more information than just what you put in so that you have all the information that you need to make a decision for that case. If so in this case, any kind of diabetes with Transamerica as well as AFib is going to be standard, and we'll show you why with the decisioning here. So if the client wants to know why they're not getting potentially the best underwriting class, we will tell you with the little why button there. You can see with Elko, it's AFib within 3 years is standard, so we'll make sure you know why we're showing what we're showing. If a carrier is excluded for any reason, we'll tell you why. There's a number of different reasons that carriers might not show, and we'll show them all down here. So if a carrier is not going to offer day one coverage, we'll show you with the little indication here the parameters of that coverage. So this is important in this case because we're in Pennsylvania, where it becomes a true graded policy. So that can be a huge difference in selling that policy. You know, ROP the first 2 years versus a 30, 60, 100, that's true graded versus basically a GI. So understanding these little differences are very important in both educating your clients and yourself. And the last little indication we show is the commission cut. So with many different products, as you get up there in age or you sell different product types, my first experience with this is I wrote a Royal Neighbors graded back when that was still offered. And I got a 40% hit, or about maybe it was someone over 80, but I got a 40% hit. And I was very surprised. And from that day on, I was always very anal about checking, you know, what am I actually going to get paid on this case?
Right.
Because your contract is just the best possible. It's not always what you're going to get paid on every specific case.
Right.
So that's that. And the last thing note I'll make here. So Lumico calls their middle plan the standard plan, but it's actually graded. So these things that are confusing, that companies use different language, it's important to mouse over the indications on the toolkit so we can tell you what's actually going on. Because if an agent didn't know any better, they would sell the standard as day one, then their client might get the policy in the mail, and lo and behold, it's not exactly 100% day one coverage as you might have sold it. So understanding these little things can help protect you, protect your clients, make you appear more professional, which is always important. And then, so that I don't spend too much time, you can see here I left the face amount blank. So when we leave, you leave it blank, we run it at 10,000 for FEX, 100,000 for term. And the reason we do that is you don't want to be selling the client based on this page here. At least that's not the way that I always sold. So let's say we want to sell in this case an AFLAC policy. So I'm going to hit compare. It'll take me to the compare page. So if I was selling over the phone, I would share my screen or via Zoom. If I was selling in person, I'd spin my iPad around or my device. And at this point, I always did the ABC close or the bronze, silver, gold. So I would say, okay, Mr. Jones, Miss Mary, when we're looking at our options here, sorry, my internet's a little bit slow, but I would spin my computer around. This is your bronze option, your silver option, your gold option. Which one is going to work best for you? And you can let the client pick, and maybe they can't afford this. Maybe they say, okay, my budget's probably going to be around $30 a month. Can you do anything for me there? So I can just reduce this down to 30. I can hit compare again. It'll load the quote. So it's very important to not just qualify the product you're selling, but you have to present it in the right way to the client. You can see the red dot here is because AFLAC only allows quoting in increments of 1,000. So we have to slightly round off. There's not a premium in this case for exactly $30. Right. But being able to present what you qualified for to the client is just as important as qualifying them to begin with, because you have to sell them on it. You have to make sure they understand what they're selling. You want to always push the premium as much as you can, really, because that's how you get paid. And this is the compare tool is how we recommend people do it. So the last thing, as far as underwriting that I'll show, there's a lot of nuance. A good example here might actually be MedSup. So, for example, if I'm underwriting a Medicare supplement, rheumatoid arthritis is a common scenario that you run into. A lot of carriers have different rules. One of those rules is the dosage that client takes weekly. So even if you're not familiar with the underwriting for MedSups, as long as you're collecting their medications, their conditions, what they have, let's say they're already in a plan G and all you're doing is price shopping, you can enter in their conditions, and MedSup is very standardized. So as long as we'll enter 65 here, and we'll leave the effective date as March. So as long as you're looking at the same thing, even being a little bit unfamiliar with MedSups, let's say they're paying $200 a month for their sup, I can run this case and see that, I can beat your rate pretty significantly with a Heartland sup, a Lumico sup. So identifying those little opportunities can be important as well. And going over to term here, you can see all the toolkits are laid out in the same way. So we enter the basic information here, the underwriting information here, and then based on that specific product, in terms case, you pick the year slider, MedSup, you pick the letter, FEX will just run because that's how it works. For dental vision hearing, I won't spend too much time on this, but we have a pretty nice interface as compared to some other quoting options on the market. So even if you're unfamiliar with these products, you can see what the price is, if there's any riders available, what the deductible might be, what the plan actually covers. We even show you the details of that plan as the way the company presents it as well. So our dental toolkit is here. And then for hospital indemnity, right now, we just have Heartland's product in there. So I'll just enter 5. But it can be useful if you're selling something like ACA, Medicare Advantage. You often want to fill in the gaps of some of these copays that people can have. And even if you can add on one of these to every 5 sales, that can build up a pretty significant income for yourself. And if your IMO isn't training you, if you are selling Med Advantage, and if you're not selling hospital indemnity, that's 100% something you should be looking into. It's almost a no-brainer for a lot of clients. And something that's new for our system is the leads portal. So we've had a lot of people ask us, especially with how many leads get resold nowadays, and who's taking a cut, and you buy something and then 2 weeks later someone you work with is working the same client. We pretty much just took that model. We reduced the pricing. So these are the leads that we have are the same leads you can buy on Facebook and with other vendors. We just sell them for less. We try to make the process a little bit more seamless as well. So for FEX here, you can have go high level delivery, SMS delivery, delivery through your email, internal CRM. So we try to give you a number of different options. You can put your picture on the lead. Your name is going to be on the lead. So everything is generated in real time for you as you place your order. And even for our shared leads, they're only shared with captive organizations. So they have a limiting product set, companies like Senior Life or Bankers, Lincoln Heritage, places like that. So it gives you a much better opportunity to close these leads and to give them a better deal. So we've had the portal up for about a little over a month now. We've gotten pretty positive feedback from people that have used it. And again, the main thing is we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're just bringing prices down. For example, on the exclusive FEX, one of the largest vendors on Facebook sells these exact leads for $28, and they don't offer SMS or go high level delivery. So, saving 20% on your lead bill for the entire year is a pretty significant, or at least that chunk of your lead bill is a pretty significant difference. So if you do have an account, we encourage you to give it a shot. Again, it's not a reinvention of the wheel here. It's just the same thing you can get elsewhere, but exclusive and at a lower cost.
Can I ask a few follow-up questions to that, Joseph? Okay. So are these Facebook leads?
So the exclusives are generated on Facebook. Okay. And then the shareds are Google SEO.
Google SEO. Okay, perfect. And are they age of the shared leads?
So they're generated in real time. So as you place your order, the shared begins once the campaign is generated. So when the agent places the order, we deliver it to you, and then they get resold to a few other captive companies as well. And we even disclose the close rate here. So our agents are observing about 10 to 12% close rate on these, which for the price is, $8-9 is not too bad.
Yeah, and we got them on county and statewide, so they're great for face-to-face or telesales, statewide for telesales, face-to-face for county specific. Okay, and then the big thing, just to reemphasize, so everybody understands this. So where these, correct me if I'm wrong, Joseph, where these are getting shared with are captive companies that are selling higher price products. They're one-trick ponies. They're not brokers. Is that correct?
Yep, we even put that in the description here. So captive agencies are the ones that they get resold to. And these are companies that, as we all know, they have very limited product set, or they can not offer the same deal that a broker can. So
good. And that's if you're going to share leads, you'll want to share it with the companies that probably, the prices are higher than what we've got. So it's a good deal. So very, very good. Excellent. Wonderful.
Yep. That's that. And the last thing I think I didn't show is the CRM. So we have a very basic CRM built in. So a lot of you use Go High Level and different CRMs. We're not trying to replace that. Those systems work very well. We even use one of them internally. But we'll just use a little example here. So let's say I sold this client and now I want to save them within the system so I can come back later. So there's two different ways you can save a quote in our system. The first way is the file. So if you click save, now this client, we'll say we sold them on FEX, but if I wanted to jump over to term and see what I can get them for term, all I have to do is load in that file I just saved, and then all the information is over here. So if you're ever jumping between toolkits, so FEX, term, and med sup, you don't need to re-enter all the information, just click save. And if you want to save that file on your local device, that's fine as well. But we have an internal function built in for saving. So let's say I sold them on the Aflac policy, and we'll click push to CRM. We'll say it was Brian Jones. I'll leave everything else blank for now. And go into, go in here. So we can see there's Brian Jones. So if I go into my clients tab, if I want to come back in a month, I've checked in with him, he's happy with his policy, and he wants to add on a few thousand. If I click load quote file here, it'll put me right back to where I was before with his drug and health information. So if you're not following up with your clients, other people are, they're sending in other leads. So by staying in touch, you can not only generate more revenue for yourself, but you're preventing your clients from talking to other agents, forgetting about you, which is just part of the business. So we encourage that kind of follow-up. And the nice thing is our system is HIPAA compliant. So if you are storing drug and health information in here, as long as you're doing what you need to do to keep your account secure, we're doing what we need to do on our end using compliant servers so that everything is going to be A-okay with that. But outside of that, our CRM is pretty basic. It's just a basic calendar. You can keep some notes, but we're not trying to replace anything fancier than that. So that's a pretty basic overview of the system. And again, the underwriting gets a lot more complex than what I showed, but that's kind of the basic overview of it.
Yeah, this is, if you're new guys to final expense, this is a must-have. It's non-negotiable. Just pick it up. It's gonna, all it takes is one sale to pay for this entire year. Joseph, can you walk us through pricing and kind of where to go anyway, just so everybody knows that this is such a no-brainer to get.
Yep. So I forgot to mention too, we do have a live support here. So and during the day, if you have any questions, issues, even if you don't have an account yet, you can put a message here. We respond within 15, 20 seconds. So it can be a little bit quicker than people's group chat sometimes. So the first thing I'll say before I go over the pricing is that if you are working with a certain IMO, like one of the ones listed here, most large groups have specific pricing deals with us. So some of them will provide it for free outright. Some of them will provide it at a very reduced cost. So always check with your organization first before you just go and sign up, because if you can get a lower price, why not? So if you go to the pricing page, the retail price is $39.99. Again, a various number of places have promo codes. Some of them I'll show here. So if you're an agent with the Alliance, they have their own sign-up portal, so you wouldn't even sign up on our site. So the pricing can vary, but I would say most people pay anything from between, most people are around 30, 33, depending on organization. Some of them get it cheaper through their IMO.
Yeah, I think mine is, you guys can use mine DeFord or DeFord 15 in the promo code. Yeah. It'll lock it down a couple bucks.
So if I put a do for 15, I get a 15% discount.
Beautiful. And
then we do offer the lead platform. So if you're just looking for the leads and you don't need the rest of our tools, we even provide access. The leads aren't free, but no cost to access the platform. So
cool. Awesome. Yeah, guys, just get this. Don't even think for another second. Just pick this up. It's worth it. I don't say that much about too many of the options that are out there. This is Joseph's done a fantastic job in his team on this product and how it works, and you guys should absolutely pick it up. So it's insurancetoolkits.com. Just head on over there, plug your information in, buy it. Just do what I tell you to do. All right. Joseph, anything else you want to add?
That would be all. I appreciate your time today, Dave.
Yeah, hey man, thank you. Appreciate your work. And this is such an excellent product. Who knows how much money it's made for agents, countless hundreds, if not millions of dollars, I'm sure. Very good, man. Thank you very much. Take care. Record button, start this again. So again, I'm here with Shauna. Say hello again, because I didn't record it just a second ago.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, thanks for being here. So Shauna's here to help us understand better the marketing process on Facebook when it comes to doing ACA products and Medicare. So she's going to take us through a good bit of training and information that will help you kind of conceptualize better how you can do this on your own, and going to kind of go in a couple of different directions. So why don't we do this? Shauna, why don't you do a little introduction about yourself, your company, and then we'll jump right into your presentation.
Okay, perfect. For you guys that haven't met me, my name is Shauna. I'm the CEO and founder of Social Waves Media, and I launched my digital marketing agency in 2017. And I myself, my team, we focus on one thing, and that is lead generation through social media advertising. And so I have prepared for you guys today. Do you want me to go ahead and jump into it, David?
You're ready? Yeah, go for it.
All right, perfect. What we're going to be talking about today is we're going to talk about mainly focusing on Medicare and ACA. We're going to talk about copy that converts, whether we're talking about a post or if we're talking about paid advertising. And then I'm going to share with you the exact system of how to generate your own exclusive insurance leads that schedule their own appointments with you. And then, of course, I love a live Q&A. So if you have any questions, we'll leave some time at the end.
Great.
So we're going to be talking specifically about if you're posting on social media. So this is an example of an ACA post, so we've got that copy at the top. We've got the image, of course, or if you're running a paid ad. Now, a paid ad is going to have an additional element. It's going to have that headline at the bottom with the button for an individual to click on. And what we're going to be talking about specifically when it comes to your copy is copy that has a CTA. So a CTA stands for a call to action. So if you're posting organically on your page, you should be posting content that allows individuals to get to know you, to like you, to trust you. You might be sharing information about ACA or Medicare that they might need to know. And then in order to actually use your profile to convert these users into a lead, you must have a call to action where you're literally asking the individual to do something so that way they can become a lead. Whenever you're running an ad, of course, all of your ads are going to be focused with a call to action, and that is click the Learn More button so you can schedule your free no-cost consult. So all call to action posts, whether it is on your organic social media or it's actually being paid for, you're going to have what's called the hook at the top. And that depends on which approach you go with, which I'm going to be sharing with you 2 specific approaches that can lead an individual to convert into a lead. You're going to briefly talk about the transformation, how you can help. And then what's super important is you have to tell them what the next steps are. That's the whole entire point of a call to action. A mistake that I see people make whenever they post on social media, or even if it's in a paid ad, is they don't tell the user what you want them to do. So if you've got this beautiful Medicare ad that's out there and getting clicks, you want to have on it what the next step is, which is click the Learn More button so you can schedule your free no-cost consult. Or if you're posting on Instagram, put a thumbs up and I will send you a direct message, or direct message me, or click the link in my profile. You want to always be moving them over to actually take that next step. So we're going to be talking about 2 specific approaches when it comes to writing copy that converts. Now, the second one is much more powerful than the first one, but I think there's a time and a place for the first one, and it's important for you to kind of see the differences. So the first type of copy is being very direct with the individual. So when you're taking the direct approach, you're going to get straight to the point. Basically, you're offering this thing right now, and if they want it, here's how they can get it. And you're going to share some facts about what you're offering. So let's look at a couple of examples whenever it comes to ACA. And most of these examples that I'm giving you are the type of content that you would put as the hook, or the very top part that draws the individual in. So ACA, even if you missed open enrollment or want to change your plan, we can help. Health insurance special enrollment. Having this at the very top of a post can grab their attention, and then you'll go into the actual facts that you want to share, how you're there to help them. All they have to do is click that Learn More button. Health insurance announcement. You may qualify for, and then whatever it is that you want to put in there. I can help you choose the most affordable health insurance plan with the best coverage for you and your family. And then putting the state's name, if you're focusing specifically on one state, I've seen that especially with insurance specific ads, can really capture the individual's attention. So attention Texas, you may qualify for lower cost health insurance that actually has more coverage. So then of course you're going to elaborate in your post or in your ad, and you're going to put, when you work with me, it's no cost to you. Click the Learn More button so that way you can schedule your free no cost consult. Now, when it comes to Medicare being direct, you can say things like, I can help you choose the right Medicare path. Medicare, get personalized help choosing which plan is best for you. Again, putting that Medicare at the beginning kind of makes it more contextual from the very beginning. I've seen that, or even putting health insurance if it's ACA, and then whatever your message is afterwards, get a lot of clicks and do well. Making the right Medicare decision is important. I can help at no cost to you. Whether you're enrolling in Medicare for the first time or considering changing your plan, I can help. You can ask a question. Do you know which Medicare path is right for you? Then you can elaborate. Many individuals have no idea and end up making the wrong decision. If you'd like, I can help you figure out which plan is best for you in just 15 minutes. Click the Learn More button so that way you can set up your free no-cost consult. And then just Medicare, you may qualify for additional benefits at no cost to you. So basically taking the direct approach is just that. You're like, I have this thing, and a lot of people get hung up with the regulations that you have around you with Medicare. The beautiful thing about advertising or putting a post up is you don't need to list all of the things that you're offering them. All you're trying to do is get them to move forward with the next step, which is talk to you. You've got nothing to lose, just talk to me. So the second approach is much more powerful, and what I would push you to definitely use more often than not. And that is writing from the pain point. So what I mean by that is when you're writing an ad that is focusing on pain point, you're the aspirin to their headache. You can take away what's causing them the most pain. So maybe they're confused, frustrated, overwhelmed. They want to save money. They don't know where to turn. They're stressed out. You can help them. So what I mean by the aspirin to cure their headache, and this is especially true whenever it comes to Medicare, it makes it very easy to run compliant Medicare ads. You might know what the actual solution is. So I might be wanting to sell you an entire workout plan where you eliminate all gluten, all alcohol, and your gut's going to feel better and you're going to lose weight. Okay, that's a whole bunch of things. Instead of pushing that program, I'm just going to get to the pain point, like how to lose 3 pounds in 3 days, or how to get better abs in 1 week. I'm going to offer them this tiny little thing that they're looking for. So that way, once they bite, I can actually convert them over to the real program that I'm trying to selling that they might actually need, but don't know that they need. So let's look at some pain point approaches when it comes to ACA specific. Believe it or not, enrolling in a healthcare plan does not have to be expensive, complicated, or overwhelming. Why? It can be as easy as a 15-minute conversation with me. I can help you find a plan that not only is more affordable, but also gives you maximum benefits. Click the Learn More button and let's schedule your no cost to you free consultation. So we're saying you don't have to deal with this pain that you have. All you have to do is talk to me and I'll take care of it. When you work with us, you are no longer alone. We help you understand the marketplace and choose the best plan. Do you know which health insurance is best for you and your family and will save you money? Health insurance, I can make choosing the right plan easy, and my services are at no cost to you. The biggest mistake you can make enrolling in health insurance is, and this is a great one with where you can put that at the top and they have to actually click on the post to read the rest of it. You could use automatically enrolling. You could say not seeing if your doctor's in network. You could list whatever it is, and then you're going to share the transformation. I won't allow you to make that mistake. And when you work with me, you're no longer alone. I'll help you choose the best plan that's the most affordable. Choosing the right health insurance on the marketplace can feel confusing, but it doesn't have to be. All right, so let's get into some Medicare specific pain point copy. Deciding on a Medicare path doesn't have to be confusing or overwhelming. We make the entire process easy for you. Medicare, if you're confused by the different paths or different parts, you aren't alone. Medicare, choosing the right plan can greatly impact you. It can feel complicated, but it doesn't have to be. And then you can use the same approach. One of the biggest Medicare mistakes you can make is put whatever that information is, put how you're not going to let them make that mistake. And when they work with you, you're going to take care of everything for them. And you can also just put a post up that allows you to say, I'm here. I specialize in answering questions whenever it comes to Medicare. So schedule your no-cost consultation with me, and I'll be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. So these are the two primary approaches whenever it comes to writing that ad copy that converts. And the most important thing to remember is, as an agent, you're just pushing them to take the next step. I actually just came out of a membership meeting that I had, and one of the individuals, we had one that was getting leads for about $4.20 for Medicare, which was absolutely awesome. And then we had another individual that was struggling a little bit. And whenever I broke into their actual ad and saw what they had, actually his was for ACA. The entire ad was about pushing how many things he can give them. I can help you get dental and vision and prescription. And he was pushing all of the things. He also had all of the carriers across his page, which sometimes can be helpful with ACA. But when it comes to writing ad copy that converts, you are only focusing on getting that individual to take the next step. You're not pushing all of the things that you have to offer necessarily. And so that's why it works really well with Medicare. Now, when you're trying to figure out where should I be spending my time and energy on pushing whether it's social media or paid advertising, I run paid advertising across multiple different platforms. And there's one in specific that I feel is the absolute best for insurance agents. And that is Meta, AKA Facebook and Instagram. So in case you weren't aware, in 2012, Facebook and Instagram merged into one company. And then pretty recently, they have rebranded themselves as Meta. So they're one company, but you've got the two platforms. The reason why I feel like this is the most powerful platform for insurance agents is because they give you some really robust tools to have a very professional looking storefront. You can have a great Facebook page, you can have a great Instagram page without having to be tech savvy. They also make it very easy for you to post on one platform and it to automatically show up on the other platform. So that saves you time and energy right there. And then lastly, if you decide to jump into paid advertising, not only do they have some of the best targeting abilities out there, but they also have many different tools that allow you to successfully run lead generation ads without having to have a website, without having to be tech savvy, and without having to have any outside knowledge other than how to set up that lead generation ad. And so now what I want to share with you guys is the exact system that I have used with Luis Moreno actually to generate your own exclusive insurance leads that schedule their own appointments with you. Now, before I share this system with you, it's important. I want you to know that Facebook, we always say Facebook advertising is changing. It's always changing. That's the one consistent thing in my life is it's always changing. And the biggest impact to digital marketers and people running paid ads was this iOS update that happened in September of 2020. Now, all you need to know as an insurance agent is basically it made it more difficult for Facebook to track what individuals are doing when they get off the platform. You know, they kind of used to know your every move when you get off the platform and you go on other people's websites. Now that makes it a little bit more tricky for not only Facebook, but every single platform out there. So the old strategy that I used to use with clients was pretty layered and complicated. You absolutely had to have a website. We had to install a pixel. We had to do standard events and custom conversions and A/B test landing pages and a whole bunch of different things. Now, the new strategy, the way it has been revamped and really started taking off, I'd say last year in 2022, is much more straightforward. Facebook wants to keep the user on the platform. In other words, that means you don't even have to have a website to have really successful ads. And they have a tool that's literally called a lead generation ad. It used to be an ad that we did not use very often. We stuck to what's called conversion ads. But lead generations are outperforming conversion ads whenever it comes to generating leads. So I'm talking specifically for lead generation. Of course, you can run Facebook ads to videos, to products, for purchases, for brand awareness, for blog post clicks, lots of different things. But for you guys, the main thing that matters is actually generating a lead. So a lead generation ad, you set up the back end, which is called the campaign. It's where we say what audience we're targeting, when we're serving the ads, what the ads look like. Then the individual is going to see the ad. When they click on it, it opens a form right there on Facebook. Then they're able to submit the form and you've captured them as a lead. So let me show you what one actually looks like. And this is actually a Medicare example. So the individual sees this ad. They click on the image or the Learn More button. This form is going to pop up. You can actually add additional fields in there if there's other information that you're looking for. I say keep it a little bit more simple is normally the best way to go. They're going to see a privacy policy link, which is the only link you need to run a compliant Facebook ad. And I show you how to make one of those in 3 minutes, even if you don't have a website. And then they see a thank you page. And so that is a lead generation ad. And if you are applying the new strategy, but you're still setting up your back end correctly and getting your campaign structured, it's very realistic for you to get results that look like this. Now, this is actual screenshots from the back end of the Facebook Ads Manager. So these are real campaigns that have ran. You can see the numbers highlighted. You can see the amount spent on the right. So it does not matter if you have a smaller budget or if you have a bigger budget, you can absolutely get success with running Facebook ads. Now, if you want to get those results, you're like, I want to get those results. I want to start generating leads like that. You have 3 choices. 1, you can learn on your own and stay up to date on Meta's algorithm changes. Now, the information's out there. You can YouTube it, Google it, you can read the Facebook help articles. The problem with this is it's hard to decipher which specific information is actually relevant to you as an insurance agent. And then on top of that, staying up to date with all of the algorithm changes. You could, of course, hire an ads manager. You could hire someone like me or someone on my team or another ads manager to run ads for you. Now, the average monthly retainer of an experienced ads manager is $2,000 to $3,000 a month. So that is just that ads manager's fee. Then you're going to pay for your ad spend on top of that. You might find someone for like $1,500. It's a little bit newer, or $1,000, but you don't want to go under that, or else they're not going to know exactly what they're doing or have the experience. Or you could spend a little bit of time and money to learn from someone. And that's how I've decided to interact with insurance agents. I have seen that it does not make sense for most insurance agents to spend that much money every month to have someone manage their ads. I've also seen that insurance agents are smart enough and are fully able to run and manage their own ad campaigns. They just need a little bit of help and a step-by-step process. And so that's how the course Insurance Click to Close was born. It actually came out of pairing my expertise as a true marketer at heart with Luis Moreno's expertise as an insurance agent since 1999. I'm going to show you the exact system that we used together to decrease his cost per lead by 75%, and that we share with you in the course Insurance Click to Close. So I teach you how to set up the back end, which is called the campaign. So again, that's getting all of your assets together, making sure everything's compliant, who we're going to be targeting. We set that up, and then we start serving individuals those lead generation ads. They see the ad, they click on it, it opens a form, and then we take it to the next level starting right there. While the individual is on the platform, they're going to see to go ahead and schedule their appointment with you. And when they click on that, they're going to see something like this, and they can literally schedule their own appointment with you right then and there. If they don't schedule their own appointment with you, no big deal. A couple of things happen. First, they drop into what's called the Meta Lead Center. So this is a spot on Facebook where you can go, and in under 3 minutes, 2 minutes, you can download your entire list of leads that you brought in for the day and have their information. But this is where Luis adds his twist on this. So Luis shows you how to set up with his preferred CRM, it's Agent CRM, and that is Customer Relationship Management System. And that is where you store all of your contacts, your converted clients, your prospects, your pipelines, everything is stored right there. And you're able to set up automatic emails that individuals get. Luis shows you how to integrate that with Facebook and then set it up where you get a new lead alert notification. So you'll get a text or an email or even a phone call that says, do you want us to connect you with your new lead? And then the new lead is going to get a series of text and a series of emails prompting them to schedule the appointment. So when it comes to the included workflows, I'm going to touch on just the ones Luis has added for ACA and Medicare. All of them are customizable. And if you already have a CRM you love, you can download his templates, create the workflows on your own, and just plug in your own information. So for ACA, he shows you how to prompt a lead through a series of emails and text to schedule that appointment with you. And when it comes to Medicare, he actually just recently updated this. Not only does he give you the workflow that's going to warm up the lead, but he also gives you workflows that accompany that after they decide to enroll with you, and how to keep the customer retention alive and keep them nice and warm. So we're very happy about him just adding those. And like I said, they're all customizable. You just pop in your own photo, your own name, and you can use his templates and not have to do anything. If you do use his preferred CRM, everything he has on his back end gets imported automatically into your account. So I won't spend a lot of time on what's inside Insurance Click to Close because you're going to have the link and you can check it out and it's full of information. But I do want to point out one thing that sets this course apart, and that is insurance specific strategies. I have an entire section that shows you how to set up your campaign based on your goals. So the initial walkthrough, I show you the example that's very simple. It's one line of business, ACA, to one state. Then in the breakdown of the insurance specific strategies, I show you things like specific targeting from over 65 to a T65 strategy where you're targeting individuals that are 64, about to turn 65 over the next couple of months. I also show you how to target based on zip code, based on income. And then I show you how to set up your campaigns if you're running one line of business or two lines of business to one or multiple different states. So if you're running ACA Medicare to multiple states, I show you how to set that up. What if you're running final expense ACA Medicare to multiple states? I show you how to set that up. And I break down each and every single scenario based on what your goals are. All right, so here's the deal. We do have the course value priced at 10 grand. The reason why is because this course makes you fully self-sufficient. You learn exactly how to manage and optimize your own ads. One of my favorite parts is showing you exactly what factors to break down so that you know exactly what part of your ad that you need to optimize and make changes. The investment for this course is $1,497. So that is less than what you would pay someone to manage your ads for 1 month. And you have lifetime access to this course, including any and all updates. So even if the price changes and it goes up, you still have access. We do keep this course up to date. I just added 2 videos 2 weeks ago. Luis added additional workflows literally just last week. So this is a live living course that is going to continue to grow and add value as Facebook changes, and also as we decide to just add more content to make sure that you have everything that you need to succeed. And if you're the type of person that's like, hey, Shauna, I'm going to need hands-on support. Like, I want to be able to talk to you. I want to talk to your team. I want to ask questions. This is not something that's necessary because the course is set up for you to be fully self-sufficient. But I do have the Agents Inner Circle, and that is a membership. And in this membership, you get access to a private Facebook group where you have access to me and 2 team members where we are there to answer your questions. And then we also have 3 live meetings a month. And one of those live meetings is going to include a continuing education on digital marketing tools that you can utilize as an insurance agent with me. In fact, that's just where I came from right before this meeting. So that's normally $109 a month, but when you use the link that David has in the description, you're going to get a one-time invitation for only $59 a month. So here's what you're going to do. You can use the QR code here. You can use the link that David has that I'm sure he'll pop in the chat or have linked to the video. And when you use his QR code or the link that he puts in there, it's going to take you to the information page. And you can scroll through the information page. We have a whole bunch of different testimonials. We've got lots of screenshots of real results. And then if you decide this is the right course for you, you're going to click on the Enroll Now button. It'll take you to a secure checkout page, and then you will be able to get started generating your own leads and fully managing your own campaign. All right, guys, so if you have any questions at all, whether it's about the course or just about Facebook advertising in general or about anything, JD, you have some questions, I would love to hear them, then please go ahead and ask away.
Real quick, just so you know, the link is in the chat to get access to this. I'm just going to put that in there. All right, just real quick here. Boom. And if you're watching this on YouTube after the fact, the recording of this, look it down in the description box and you'll see. JD, feel free to throw some questions in the chat. That'll be fine. One thing I want to ask you, Shauna, how, and I think it's very important, but I'd like your perspective on this. One of the things about courses is I think it's really important to have some type of follow-up mechanism, just in case things don't go the way you expected to how you expected them to go. What's your thoughts on the importance of taking advantage of that after the fact monthly recurring program that you have and making sure everything's run right and correctly?
It has been a really invaluable tool to the agents that we have in the membership right now. And honestly, I love the membership because I love interacting with the agents. We have a lot of fun. I really enjoy seeing the success. I really wanted to keep that tool really affordable. So that way, once you joined, you could lock in your rate. I think that it's really strong. It's really impactful. It's great to have experts that you can actually run your ad copy by or have me get into your campaign and help you make optimizations. So I find that very helpful. the way that it was born was when Luis and I first launched this course, we actually did a little soft launch. We didn't really advertise it a lot. We had a cap at a certain number of agents. And for the first 5 weeks, we had one-on-one meetings with them, or group meetings, the same thing. So I could get into their account. I wanted to know if I was missing anything. I wanted to know agents were getting real success from this course before we took it public. And after moving through that, I did learn there was one video that I had to add to the course. There was one key metric that I wanted to add in there. But afterwards, they asked me to keep doing the meetings. They said, we don't want to stop these. These are really helpful. And so that's why I created the membership, actually, was because that group of agents were enjoying the one-on-one meetings and brought them into the membership.
So JD asked, I joined in September. What updates have there been since then?
You joined in September. I have sent an email every time that there has been updates. I actually just added 2 videos that break down the best ways for you to write your ad copy, where I have more examples. I also added a video that included the form conversion rate, which is an additional metric in addition to the link click-through rate that helps you keep that up to date. Luis just added last week those additional Medicare workflows. We used to only have the ACA workflow that you could customize, and now he's giving you all of those. So that is definitely just a few updates that I can think of off the top of my mind.
And then other question, are there examples for not just ACA or Medicare ads, but for final expense ads as well?
Yes. So what I do is my goal is to truly empower you to be able to run your own ads. So you don't get actual, like, here's an ad, because there's not a secret magical ad that actually works all of the time. I teach you how to create the ad. I show you how you can spy on all of your other competitors. So you can see whether it's a specific final expense page, or you just want to look up what final expense ads are actually running. So that way you can see them and get all of the examples. One thing I will say that I'm very, I feel sets this course apart from some other approaches is I feel like your advertising needs to be with honesty and integrity. I am not for any of these ads that are kind of a bait and switch. I actually just spoke recently at David's conference, and I had an agent that wanted me to do a Facebook ad audit on his account. He was running Medicare ads and he was getting leads for $1.77. And I said, listen, I can't bring your cost per lead under $1.77. And he's like, another company set this up for me. I don't really know what's going on with it. I really want you to get in there and see if you can help me. And I was like, I don't think it's worth your money to pay me for an hour. I can't bring your cost per lead down. He pushed for it. So I got in there. His metrics were great. His link click-through rate, his conversions, like all of these things looked great on the surface. But then I got in and saw the problem. The problem was his ad was supposed to be for Medicare, and the ad did not speak of anything Medicare related. It was about seeing if you qualify for government funding. So he was getting thousands of leads that did not even want to speak to him, and his conversion rate was really low. So he was like, yes, Shauna, I would much rather pay more money for my leads than continue to pay $1.77, which looks great and fancy. But the reality was he was ready to get a higher quality lead. So I definitely teach that approach, and I don't support any of the no touch approaches. I don't support having anything that's a little bit of a bait and switch at all. I want these people that are coming in to actually be interested in your services, so that way you're not wasting your time.
Yeah, and it sounds crazy, guys, and I'm going to go ahead and just unshare the screen here. It sounds crazy, but the truth is that there are actual vendors for Facebook for different types of products for leads, where the lead is not really like specific to the client. You know, it'll talk about other things than, say, final expense or health insurance or Medicare. And yes, you can get the acquisition costs really low, or the lead costs really low, but is the acquisition cost going to stay low? Meaning, how much you're going to invest in to get that client? So there's this give and take, you know, between an affordable lead, but one that has what we call high intent. And you really want the best of both worlds to the extent that you can. Most people will say, after going the low price route, that's just complete garbage, please let me pay more per lead so I can have something better, that they know what it's actually about. So, and that's really important. The other thing I like about Shauna, and this is the thing, there is an opportunity for vendors to do the, hey, just take this and just use it, because everybody just wants templates and they don't want to think. They just want to like plug and play. And I get it. It's the lazy man's way to do this business. And there's some appeal to that. The problem is that if you're getting a course like that with templates, so are the other hundreds plus that are buying it. They're going to use the same thing as you. And the duplication of the market is going to go up and your price is going to go up. And now you're not going to be happy. Or what am I saying with this? The better thing to do is to not just give you the fish, but teach you how to fish, right? This is what Shauna's course does, so that you know how to market. You've got the skill set. And so that when your marketing piece isn't performing as well, because all marketing pieces eventually go up in cost, you're not stuck like just depending on the next idea that's already been used a bunch already that isn't as good. You can come up with your own. I think that's a really important differentiation point here with what we do or what Shauna does through a lot of others. Adesh, do your ads have a permission to contact stipulation somewhere? Does that make sense?
I think what you're referring to, so in order for Facebook to legally be able to collect their data and pass it on to you, you do have to have that privacy policy link, which I show you how to create without a website. It's just your basic privacy policy, like, hey, you filling out this form, you're giving me the information, it gives me a right to contact you, but I'm not going to sell your information or use it for any type of shady thing. So you do have to have that on there as part of it to be compliant.
See if Adesh followed up. Referring to Medicare do not contact rules.
Medicare do not contact. Are you meaning the Medicare no touch ads that some are doing right now? Is that what he's referring to?
I'm kind of confused. I will say this. Adesh, I'll just give you an opportunity to clarify a little bit more. But let me continue with questions here and we'll catch back up with you. JD, is anyone having success with conversion sending people to forms versus the Facebook lead ad?
So the Facebook lead ad is the form. If you would like, and this course does not cover this, but you can run what's called conversion ads, which then you're running traffic to a landing page you have on your website, which you would then have a form. There's two reasons I don't teach that in this course is because number one, you would have to have a website to do that. You'd have to install a pixel. You'd have to test your landing page and you'd have to add a standard event on the thank you page. It's just a whole bunch more tech stuff that you would have to put in place. Is it doable? Absolutely, but it's not something that's necessary to get the best results. And also Facebook, since this iOS update, they have really worked hard or updated their algorithm to perform really well with their lead generation ads. Back when they first had the lead form in like 2015 or 16, I messed around with it. All of the ad managers, we were like, we don't do the forms. That's low quality leads because it wasn't serving well, but now it actually is. So that's the one that I recommend.
Probably would drive your lead cost up to be sent off somewhere else. Right. So the way to think about this, what Sean is teaching is the easiest way to get affordable, higher intent leads, right? Because you can make this a little more complicated. It's not that it wouldn't work per se. It's just, sometimes the shortest path between here and there is a straight line, right? Versus a multitude of zigzags, right? Are there templates of ads for use to create our ads? I don't have experience or knowledge of how to create ads. I think we addressed this pretty well. I would need pictures and help with content. What's your thoughts on pictures, content, kind of the visual aids? How do you address agents to kind of structure those?
Well, if you notice my little slideshow, I like visuals. So my course is completely full of visuals. I not only walk you through in a video and I break down, here's the anatomy of an ad, and here's the anatomy of an ad that converts. Here's how you can go look at examples. Here's some examples. I also have where you can download the actual PDF images that I have of breaking down all of the stuff that I have in the actual videos.
Cool. And then how many states do you need to have sufficient lead flow from Facebook ads? I mean, that's going to depend on the product. Your thoughts, Shauna?
So generally speaking, the smaller the audience, the more your CPM is going to be. CPM just means the amount of money Facebook's charging you to target that group. That being said, I do have some Medicare agents. I have a very long-term client he's an estate attorney, and we target zip code specific, and they're getting really good success. But so you can go down to the zip code. I would say the larger the audience, the better, but you can do zip code.
Yeah, some advice on what I've seen, the producers that are self-generating leads, generally speaking, they have multiple states. Typically 3 to 5 is what I've seen for this is for final expense. I have seen producers who self-generate Medicare leads. That's a little bit more of a metro-based type of market. So you're not necessarily targeting the whole states per se. I mean, it depends on the state to some extent, but they're targeting different metro areas and they're getting leads in the $2 plus or minus range. So it's just there's a lot of moving parts there. It just depends on the market, depends on what you're selling. But ultimately, the more geography, the more available prospects that Facebook can show to. What JD asked, what is the average percentage of leads that book their own appointments, or what would be a goal? Any thoughts on that?
I don't know, Luis. All I know is Luis texts me on the regular with screenshots of people booking their own appointments. And he's like, we've got to share this. I'm like, well, we can't share the person's information, which obviously he knows that, but he's very excited about it. So I don't know the exact percentage of that. I do give you all of the things to look at, obviously at the top, but I don't know the exact percentage of that. The beauty is, if they don't book their own appointment with you, they're in your CRM and you get to market to them and keep them warm and reach out to them. Like, you should be sending a campaign before open enrollment. You should be sending reminders. You should be sending little things that just keep you top of mind. So you still have them in your system to maybe convert them at a later time.
So my experience with agents who do this, the best ones are converting 20 to 30% of their leads into appointments. And those are the best. Some are worse than that. And what I've discovered, to kind of piggyback on what Shauna said, the ones that are getting the best appointments, the most volume of appointments, are the ones that are following up with informative, educational / entertaining text, emails to warm up the appointment, to pre-sell the client. There's a deliberate process put into place to make sure by the time that agent picks up the phone to dial that client at the scheduled time, that they expect it, that they've gotten to know them a little bit, maybe even like them. The ones that don't do that, the show rates are way lower and the book rates are way lower. Now, as far as show rates go, again, it depends on the industry. 40 to 50% are going to show for pre-booked appointments. That's been my experience. And you might be thinking, well, that's terrible. That's terrible. But the ones who buy are pretty high. It's like a good agent will sell 3 out of 4 of those booked appointments. And if you double book and you're running 10, 15 appointments, maybe even 20 a day, and you've got enough lead flow behind it and you're stacking up the appointments, it could be very lucrative. So it becomes a volume game and then also kind of a pre-sales game to make it work as best as possible. Last call for questions. Anybody have any other questions here? Happy to address anything in particular. Any last thoughts, John? Anything you want to add in here before we wrap it up?
I would say or call only ads, something you've experienced. Call only ads, you meaning driving them to call you?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think so, right? Yeah.
We have not been running those ads, but it's something that you absolutely can run to. But I have not had a lot of success in the past with clients, even running them to a Facebook Messenger. And then also you don't have the person's information. You don't get their information. So if it doesn't happen right then and there, you've lost them. Very rarely is someone on their device looking at puppies, kittens, and babies, and then they see that and they decide, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and call you. So I think that the actual lead and getting their information is the best approach. But the final thought, sorry, David.
Yeah, I'll add this in. I'm trying to think of anybody who's actually done that successfully. Raymond, I don't think I've ever seen a call only. Now, probably what would work to consider would be, you want to collect that information. It's extremely valuable, right? Like, if you're not going to sell them today, you got an opportunity to sell them well into the future. But what you could possibly do is, after you collect the information, drive them to a landing page, drive them to another page, or follow up with emails demanding them they call you, right? So there's multiple ways you can try to squeeze out of that, but you want to get their information first, because there's so much follow-up opportunity there you don't want to let go of.
Absolutely. So I would say the follow-up with this, or the ending thing that I'd like to leave you with, is this course truly does teach you to fish on your own. If you become a super big agency and you decide you want to hire an ads manager to run your ads, with the information in this course, you're going to know how to manage them. You're going to know exactly, there's 350 different data points in the ads manager. I show you the 14 that you need to look at, how to get those on menu, and then the 4 KPIs that are going to literally tell you why your cost per lead is what it is and what element you need to change in order to keep bringing the cost per lead down. So this truly does empower you, whether you're going to continue running your own ads. It's only about 30 minutes every other week or even sometimes each month of you just peeking in once you get an ad that's working well. But it empowers you to actually be able to be in complete control over your entire business.
Perfect. Well, Shauna, thank you very much. And again, if you're watching this on YouTube, the link to join or check out more about what Shauna has to offer is in the description box or the comment box. And thank you, everybody who's here live, for your time. And Shauna, thank you for being here. We appreciate you very much.
Yes, thanks, David.
All right. Bye, y'all. See you. All right, so I am here today with Mr. Bobby V. Me and Bobby V go back quite a while. I remember, what has it been, a couple of years, Bobby, that you had originally joined my agency to sell final expense and then got interested in the wonderful world of digital marketing. And we have kind of collaborated several times over the years on different products in the self-generation space. So the reason I'm having Bobby on here is really kind of the talk shop on self-generating Facebook leads. We were talking a little while ago about what specifically to talk about. And we wanted to talk about kind of the, I guess, some things to do on the business manager side and a little more technical talk, right, Bobby? But in a way to help you guys out there to get the most out of your lead generation effort. So what I'm going to do today is kind of turn this over to Bobby. Bobby's going to introduce himself. And then Bobby, you can take it wherever you want to. I'll ask questions. And also those of you in the audience here, if you have questions, you're welcome to go ahead and throw them in the chat. That's going to be the format today. Any questions along the way that Bobby, that you have about Bobby, Facebook marketing, et cetera, even if it has nothing to do with what Bobby's talking about, you're welcome to ask them. And then we'll take it from there. So Bobby, welcome. Thanks for being here.
All right, man. Hey, thanks a lot. So really, if you do have any questions, just ask as many questions as possible.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
I know everyone has questions because there's tons of Facebook groups that have to do with marketing and leads, and there's hundreds of questions every day.
Right.
So whoever, I think we have like 30 people on here right now. If you have questions, just ask anything, you know. So basically, as Dave said, you know, we kind of started together beginning of kind of spring of 2020. You know, I was, you know, selling face-to-face, then over the phone, generating my own leads, pre-scheduled appointments, and, you know, just like the whole automation gig, you know, and started helping agents after that point, you know. So basically, what me and Dave are going to be going over is my Done For You program, where I set up everybody's system for them. But what we're going to talk about before that is really just some of the fundamentals and the foundations before we even start generating leads. Because believe it or not, generating leads is the easy part. You know, trying to take away any issues that can happen while doing digital marketing through Facebook and social media and stuff like that. Some of those foundations have to be set. That way it takes away any error that may happen in the future, you know, or right. limit any issues that may happen in the future. So anyone that's generating leads, really, the lead part is the easy part. So before we get into that, really, I want to talk about just setting the foundation, and that's setting up your business manager the correct way. So before you even generate leads, you have to go in to Facebook. You need to create a business manager, and a business manager is different than your ads manager. So everybody's Facebook platform comes with the ads manager, but you have to create a business manager. Before that, create a completely separate ad account from your personal ad account. You have to add your billing information in there, make sure that foundation is set the right way. Then you have to create your business page, and you can have more than one, you can have multiple business pages. And then that's when you create your campaign.
So let's step back a second with many of our audience probably newer to the self-generation side. Why is this important to create a separate business manager page as opposed to the other route?
Well, you have to completely separate everything from your personal account, because if any issues come up within Facebook, if your ad account gets restricted or disabled for whatever odd reason, from Facebook's algorithm just being completely off, you know, as it's known to be, you don't want your personal account getting restricted, because that can completely take down your personal profile. You won't even be able to log into Facebook. So there's lots of people nowadays like after me and Dave did a video 2.5 years ago, there's been several courses after that. You know, everyone comes to insurance business, they have courses, CRMs and things like that. But what they're not doing is teaching you the foundations on how to set up your business manager. So everyone gets on and they just start creating ads in their personal account. And it's just a matter of time before your Facebook gets restricted or disabled. And then your whole account is taken down. And there's no way to get with Facebook and get that configured, because it has to be separate from your personal. It has to be something completely separate. And you have to get your Facebook verified. This is another thing, you know, a lot of courses and stuff I'm gonna talk about is verifying your business manager in your Facebook. There's certain measures you have to put in place. Facebook sends you an actual code in the mail. You have to put your code in, you have to upload your ID, different things you have to do up front. That way you can gain trust with Facebook's business side of things. That way, there's billions of users on Facebook doing advertisements, right? And out of those billions of people, there's hundreds of thousands of scammers. So over the past years, Facebook has put measures in place to make sure you are an actual real human being, you're a real business, and you have real billing information where they can charge your account. So they want to make sure you're a real person. You have to do this stuff up front to make sure everything is placed. Because I'm looking at Stephanie's message in here in the comments. She says, I was making a Facebook ad and Meta restricted my account. I've tried to get a hold of them, but I haven't received a response yet. And yeah, I mean, you're probably not going to get a hold of them depending on your profile. So you have to, you might have been making ads in your personal profile or your personal ads manager, but you need to make sure you create a separate ad account. And all this stuff has to be put in place the right way and shown the right way. But
so when we do that, you set up a separate business manager account that's separate from personal. What's the next step after that the agent should do? Again, to assure themselves they've got firm foundations to begin.
You need to try to verify your Facebook is your business manager as fast as possible. So you have to go through the security center inside the business settings. And if you should have an option to upload your some credentials, Facebook will actually send you a code in the mail. You get the 6-digit code, you type it in, it'll say Facebook verified. As long as you upload the correct credentials, and you have to upload your ID. And it's really that simple, but I mean, something that simple gets skipped a lot of the time, and you end up running into more issues.
This is one of the biggest complaints, I'll just interject here, that I hear from people starting their own self-generation is exactly what Stephanie's talking about. What Stephanie's talking about is probably the biggest complaint I hear. It's I started marketing, I put up an ad, and I got restricted, or my account is inaccessible. And of course, nobody ever responds to you on Facebook, right? Because it's all run by algorithms. And it's just a very frustrating experience. That's why this stuff sounds simple, right? Like it's no big deal. But again, I've been around long enough seeing courses, Bobby has too, where people with they're not really even doing anything wrong, but they just get restricted on their account for no apparent reason whatsoever. And there's very little cause for recourse. Very frustrating. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, so yeah, it's very frustrating. Even from me on my end, it's frustrating for everybody, right? And it's not just our industry; it's everybody, you know, across the world that's doing Facebook advertising. It's kind of a love and hate relationship. You can make a ton of money, get tons of leads, but there's pros and cons, and you just have to learn how to know how to deal with them. And not many people know how to deal with them. So, like for Stephanie's instance, she, like, I'm not sure if you know, you can just go to account quality. You're probably new to Facebook advertising. Facebook may just want to confirm your identity, or you might have to turn on 2-factor authentication. Your Facebook can be up and running the next day, but you may not know that, you know, so.
And she said here, I even verified myself with code in the mail and showed my license.
And, but I haven't received a response yet. And and you're still saying your ad account is disabled? Like whenever you got your code in the mail and put it in? So yes, unfortunately. Okay, well, look, after doing this, you know, for so long and doing Facebook advertising, something like that, I would actually want to personally take a look at your account. So maybe you can message me or email, we can get on a Zoom for 20 minutes after this, and I'm sure I can get it figured out. What I can do, if there's any accounts that are disabled or any accounts that are restricted, something that I couldn't do 6 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, that I can do now is I can get your ad account fixed And if it's not fixed, I can actually get you a completely brand new ad account to add into your business manager. So anybody that's having these issues, I can actually get it fixed for you. If I can't fix it, I can get you a completely brand new one. So there used to be the days a year ago where you do Facebook advertising, you're restricted, or you're just completely disabled. It's like, all right, well, who else is in the household? Can I use their Facebook account? So not many people want to do that, So you have to have the right connections and some of the right measures in place to be able to actually fix the issues or the resources to do this, or get a completely brand new ad account. Like if you're starting brand new, fresh, and get them into your business manager.
Yeah. So guys, if you're interested in this, just message me at daviddeford.com/contact. I'll put you in touch with Bobby.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So we got the fundamentals, what you've discussed here. What comes next as far as some basic things that we need to work out?
Well, really just after that, after the techie stuff is in place, that's done. You don't have to do it again, right? You just create an ad page, which, you can have several business pages. You can brand yourself. I always would say at least have 2 pages. All right. One is the page where you completely brand yourself. And that's something that you just build credibility on through the lifetime of you selling insurance. And most of you probably have that page already. If you don't, it's very easy to create. And I would always say have at least another page. And this is a page where, especially if you're working final expense, a page where you just run ads on and people don't necessarily know who you are until you talk to them. And then you write them a policy, then you share your actual branded business page to get referrals and free or organic leads, and where you get reviews and stuff posted on that page, So I would always recommend having a couple pages, and there's a couple different ways to do that that I can show you. But after that, we create the ad, and the ad really is just, this is where another section where a lot of people might get stumped on. So it's easy to go in, click the campaign tab and lead generation and see exactly how you want to set it up. But then you get to the ad section and you're like, whoa, I have to create an ad now. And, when we get our license, for insurance, one of the last things I think 90% of agents or anybody are thinking about is any kind of marketing or, just really learning anything that has to do with marketing, because all we want to do is just sell. But I think it's really, we have to know the fundamentals of any kind of marketing and principles and things like that, whether we read a couple books or
so hit us up with a couple of high notes, like the top 3 things that you need to have that make for a good final expense ad, or really any kind of insurance ad on Facebook.
We need to have something that's really, it can be, let's keep it simple. It just has to be simple. We need to have something attention grabbing, whether it's color, calling out our specific audience or demographic, and a catchy image. And the image can be something really ridiculous, something funny. It can be it doesn't always have to be a casket or, flowers and all sorts of things like that. It can be anything, just an image that's super catchy. We got to call out our audience and use bright colors.
I have seen, just to give you a couple of examples, I have seen some good ads that pull on politics. I've seen I know one gentleman that runs insurance ads, and he'll have the Florida state governor in it, right? Or he'll have Trump in it when Trump was running. And that kind of pulls on that polarization effect because it draws people in, right? But there's something, somehow it's related to insurance to some extent. But yeah, kind of tapping into creative. You don't always have to put the state insignia or the county insignia or the state emblem or something, or a casket. You can be a little creative with it. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, because those are definitely ads that probably work some of the best across the board, whether it's for ACA, Medicare, or for final expense. And the reason it does is because with that certain demographic, especially final expense, and you have to know your audience as well whenever you do it, because with final expense, just like when you get the direct mail, they get the direct mail in the mail, and it's they respond to kind of a line of authority. So if it's the governor, if it's the state benefits, that certain language, that's what they respond to. So if they see an ad that pops up and it's their governor, like like he's signing a new bill or something like that, and at the top it's like, attention Tennessee residents, ages 50 to 80 or something like that, they respond to that. And people don't get on Facebook looking for insurance, but that doesn't necessarily mean, or they don't get on Facebook looking to buy insurance, but that doesn't necessarily mean those people haven't been thinking about buying insurance. They run across your ad. They're like, what the heck is this about? They go through it. And when you get them on the call, they're like, hey, you know what? I've been wanting to talk about this. But with that specific ad we're talking about, not everybody can run that ad. Your ad account will get completely disabled that moment. So you have to have another security and verification measure in place to run ads as social issues and political. So that's another verification you have to get. Not everybody can run those ads. And so that's another thing that I talk about in my programs, and I help you get set up when we do the done for you. It's all these little verifications you need to run any type of ad that you need, and really all it takes is just one ad to be running. You don't need several ads. With that one ad, you can get $3 or $4 leads. You can get 150 leads your first week and write 7,000 to 12,000.
Do you think, Bobby, do you have an opinion on, what we would call a static ad versus a video ad? Do you find one is performing better than the other these days?
They both work. No, in nowadays, a lot of people are talking about video ads. Video ads are great. I think if you want, run both of them, and the way I would do that is run a static ad run a video ad from your personal branded page where you're branding yourself. And the static ad comes from what I like to call is a ghost ad page, where it's something static, image, and that way you get the best of both worlds, but they both work. They both work.
I want to hit on that too. I thought that was interesting. Why do you, and then JD will hit you up on your question. Why have two pages? You mentioned the personal brand page, and then we would call just the ghost page. So like Senior Benefits of Tennessee, some just generic page versus David DeFord Insurance, right? Why have two and not just have one branded approach?
Because when you use the ghost page, look, there's millions of insurance agents, right? And the specific demographic we work with, a lot of times with final expense, they don't want to respond to just another insurance agent, okay? They want to respond to some kind of line of authority or some kind of language that resonates with them. So if it's state benefits or family assistance of Alabama or whatever it is, that's what they respond to. So when they see that, it's not just another insurance agent on the photo that, oh my God, another insurance agent, no, that's what they respond to. So that's why I'm saying you get the best of both worlds to get your ghost ad page leads, right, and brand yourself, and you get the best of both worlds, and you can test them out, and see what's working better. But I would always run both of them.
I'll say this too. It's if you're new to especially final expense, what Bobby is saying with this kind of generic, soft played state regulated program, right? Like it just sounds like squirrely, wishy-washy language. And I would totally agree. But the thing is, and I've been doing this since 2011, that's how the language of all the best leads has always been. You will constantly see these kind of words on direct mail leads, and now Facebook leads, state regulated, benefit information for X state residents, tax-free, right? And the reason you see this stuff is because for whatever reason, this is the behavior that people already intuitively have to say, oh, this is something different. Now, understand what we're using here is not illegal. These are state regulated programs. They're regulated by the state. All insurance is. It is tax-free. But we know that saying these words stimulates a response better than, hey, I'm a life insurance agent and I want to sell you a policy. Like people will run for the hills. So there's just that's why, for example, in annuity sales, you almost never hear the word annuity used because it's a 4-letter word, right? It's a curse word to say annuity. Like people immediately think you're trying to rip them off. But if you don't say annuity and you describe instead how it works in the benefit, you'll get a lot more people to buy into it. And then you tell them it's an annuity. You're like, well, I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me? It's like, well, that's because that's how we are. It's just how people, that's why we don't even say insurance in some of our leads. Now some do, and that's not bad if it does. But sometimes if you say insurance in the leads, people presume to know what it is. And a lot of people have misconceptions. So, Bob, you want to add anything before I bring on JD?
No, I think you hit it right on the spot. And I've spoke to agents in the past, and they say, you know what? Somebody set me up in the past, and these ads said state regulated, and they said insurance, but they also said benefits. So I don't want anything that says this state regulated. And usually that's a brand new insurance agent saying, I don't want that. And it's like, well, look, brand new agent, you obviously do not know the language of your final expense client, because that is what they respond to. And if you're wanting to buy $50 to $100 direct mail right now, it's going to say the same stuff. That's what they respond to, right? No one's going to respond to the insurance agent saying, hey, I'm going to give you your free quote. Click on the link below. No one cares about that. We need to speak their language, but we also need to know our final expense client like to the T, and we got to talk to them. We got to see what they respond to, and that's what they respond to,
JD, what's up, man?
Hey, Bobby, good morning. I don't want to derail you because you may be getting to these things later, but let me just throw these at you real quick. My first question would be, what is your kind of targeted cost per lead? If you can kind of talk about that. And then number two, are you generating these like native Facebook leads? Are you driving them to like another page for them to fill out? And then number three, what is the success rate or differences between generating leads for face-to-face versus telesales?
All right. Those are all good questions. What was the first one again?
So the first one, so what is your goal? And let's do this, JD. Let's break it up by face-to-face and telesales. Like so Bobby, you got a telesales guy or gal. What kind of price range per lead is good or is like a good goal to work for? And then same thing for face-to-face.
All right. So there's so many different variables and there's so many different ways to do it, to where sometimes the cost per lead doesn't necessarily matter. It's more of like a cost per acquisition.
Right.
You have to track your numbers. But just to kind of get through that question, I mean, for telesales, look, there's vendors out there that are selling telesales leads for at least $15, like at the lowest, and then up to $25 nowadays. You can get leads for telesales. Anyone can get leads for $1 or $2. You can get those leads, but that's just a name and a phone number. You want to give a little bit more perception through the form. And when you ask more questions through the form, your lead cost is going to go up slightly. So for telesales, a good low end cost per lead with still collecting information is going to be anywhere from about $4 to $7. When it gets start getting a little bit on the high end is about 8 to 11 ish, somewhere around there. So I would say try to stick in that about 4 to 7 range, anywhere in there, and it's good, because with what we do, we need tons of volume at a low cost. All right.
Telesales, right? 100% true.
For telesales.
What about face to face?
Face to face. All right, so let's go back to the vendors. You can buy face-to-face leads from vendors anywhere from $23 to $40 nowadays. So it's really comes back to the same thing as telesales. We need not as nearly as much volume. You can generate about 30 face-to-face leads and go out and write on the low end $3 to $4 grand and up to about 5 to 7. In a 3-day time frame. So for face-to-face, you can generate leads still from about, depending on the area and the population of that area, after you narrow down your age range, you can get face-to-face leads for that $4 to $7 range. But more times than not, they're going to be more in that probably about 9 to 14 range, somewhere around there. So if you're getting face-to-face leads, let's say in that the sweet spot is in that 10 to 12 range, that's what I would aim for, with asking a few extra questions on the form that aren't auto-populated. So aim for about that 10 to 12 range.
And speaking of conversion, do you like, so just so you guys, if this is new to you, you can convert the lead differently depending on kind of what your objectives are. You can convert it natively, like JD was saying, on Facebook, so they never leave Facebook. The form collects the information. Or you can drive them to a landing page that's off the platform that typically costs more. Some people allegate that it's a better quality lead since they got to go through more steps. But can you kind of clarify us what best practices are in your mind, Bobby?
All right. So first off, there's many different variables and
for sure.
strategies how to generate leads, whether you're going to do conversion ads. If you're just starting off, forget conversion ads. Don't even think about it, okay? But I can give you a hybrid method on how to do it. And I like to call it my ladder step method, all right? What I like to do is I like to collect information up front that makes it a lead at that point. And this is all you're paying for. The back end processes are completely free. So I like to collect basic information, name, phone, address, whatever, city, state, and a couple of other questions. I have them type in their beneficiary's actual name, and I collect a hobby, favorite color, something to make them remember what we're talking about when we're on the phone, in case they say, I don't remember filling that out, right? So I like to collect that information, which makes it a fairly quality lead, you know, for what it is. Now, that is all on Facebook. When they're on Facebook, they land on a thank you form native inside of Facebook. On that thank you form, you can put verbiage to make them click the button below to go to a landing page, all right? So you get the best of both worlds. When they click, 90% of the people on Facebook going through these forms are on their cell phone. So they're gonna have a button, they click it, it goes to the landing page. On this landing page, it can be a completely branded page, right? Frequently asked questions are there, the types of insurance you offer. You can have a video of yourself, 30-second video saying, this really comes into play. So there's a couple different ways. You can put a video of you at the very top saying, thank you for filling out the form. I'm so-and-so. I just wanted to put a face to a name and let you know who's going to be, giving you a phone call within the next 48 hours. My calendar is below, just select a time that fits you. It can be a 20-minute consultation, whatever it is, right? They select a time on your calendar and that's done. So that's the second part of the ladder step method. After they do that, they land on a thank you page from the landing page. And on that thank you page, there's a survey that they have to fill out. They click the button, they go through another 10-step survey. We collect height, weight, do they use tobacco? Are they on any certain medications? Anything you can possibly need to when you get on that phone call, you already have a quote that's pulled up. You just have to verify the information that they gave you. And all that back-end information, them selecting an appointment, them seeing you actually talk to them to verify who you are, and fill out a full questionnaire to give them a quote, all that is completely free. So you use the hybrid method of using the landing page and the native form. And that's really the best way to go, 100%.
So you're really like funneling them down from like, I don't want to say like the lowest quality lead, but then you're helping them provide the process to better qualify them as a higher quality. Because presumably what we're thinking is if they're going to go tell you how much they weigh and their height in a form, and they haven't talked to you, they're probably a pretty good lead, right? If you got all that information up front.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. So
cool.
We still need volume, but we see higher converting leads for people that actually give that information. Right. Usually they're waiting on the phone call. They actually took the time to do this stuff. Get on a phone call, it's usually just an enrollment. It's not really a sales call,
Right. And what you're creating too is a category of different leads, right? You're creating enrollments that you have preset, and then you still have the rest of the leads. And this is basically what, and I didn't mention this earlier, Bobby, but you helped set up Anthony Boba's originally a couple of years ago, his Facebook program.
And Matthew.
Say that again?
And Matthew Maletti.
Yeah, Matt Maletti, yeah. And so most of my audience is familiar. If you haven't checked out, go put in like final expense telesales, 30,000 a month. Anthony Boba he switched to Medicare now, and he's writing 10 Medicare apps over the phone, with the same strategy you taught for final expense. He set this up through Bobby with a very similar program he's about to talk to in a minute. And Anthony consistently wrote 25,000 a month over the phone. And the crazy thing was most of it was preset appointments. He wouldn't actually at all was preset appointments. He doesn't like calling anybody. And a percentage of them wouldn't show, but the ones that did were well qualified. And he would write, I don't know, I think his numbers were like 2 out of 3 he'd end up writing. Like it was just the system worked brilliantly. and just did well. So I want to throw that out there too, because I forgot about that. Anthony's always been a nice example of what happens when you follow his methodology, Bobby's methodology.
Yeah, so and kind of to add to that, when you talked about pre-booked appointments and things like that, so I want to explain something because
please.
Kind of after we did that video, we talked a lot about pre-booked appointments and things like that. You know, there's a lot of, you know, other companies kind of like ours, what we do, started bringing that out. So a lot of questions start popping up, let's say in Facebook groups or on YouTube, like, hey, this pre-booked appointment thing doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work because you got 2 pre-booked appointments tomorrow. Chances are they're probably going to no-show you. So you got to understand this is still a volume game, right? So if you have 12 pre-booked appointments tomorrow and 50% of them no-show you, have 6 of them that are sitting there waiting for your call. You're going to write at least half of them, and that's not even including the leads that didn't pre-book. You know, those are still leads. Those are fresh, exclusive leads.
Let me add this in here. You made such an important point. It's like, and I would tell agents this all the time. It's like, Dave, I only got 5 appointments this week. I'm like, oh, really? That's too bad. Like a face-to-face agent. How many did you close? 3. Okay, you got a 6% conversion. That's good. What are you mad about? Well, I only got 5 appointments. How many leads buying? 10. Well, so don't be mad at me. You haven't done your part by going all in, and that's the problem. Like with Anthony, he gets like 125, 150 leads a week as he was doing as a final expense agent to get all these pre-booked appointments. So understand, you have to be all in on the lead gen side. You can't just like do a little bit and then expect it to work. Like it's a volume game still, even with all these extra platforms to help you out.
Yep. And I just want everyone to understand that whenever you do your own lead generation, a lot of times from the very beginning, you know, depending if you're a part-time agent or consider yourself a full-time agent, you know, depending on your weekly or monthly goals, a lot of times you may not be able to just lead your whole business with starting your own lead generation. This is an asset that you are growing over time, week by week, month by month, to where you look back 90 days from now and you're like, whoa, I'm so happy that I started this, you know, a month ago, 2-3 months ago, because now I went from getting 25 to 30 leads a week, you know, 50 to 70, to where now I'm getting 125 to 150 leads a week, you know, at, you know, $6, $7 a lead. And I got a whole system working for me or working for yourself, you know, but it's a process that you just have to begin, but you have to have the right support and the right foundations in place to do it. And it's a skill and it's something that you learn over time. And I think it's really very necessary to learn how to do your own lead generation, but I wouldn't lead your whole business at the very beginning with doing it. If you already have a strategy or something that's working for you, buying leads or whatever it is, I would add this into the mix and build this asset over time. So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah. So questions, guys, we're down to like the last third of this presentation today. Hope you've gotten some value out of this. So throw your questions in the chat. Let me call on JD, then David Heath, you can pop on. So go ahead, JD.
Yeah, my question would be, I'm currently using Happy Agent Lead Platinum, which are like $43 a piece for face-to-face. And I would say that maybe it feels like less than 10% of the people are actually booking appointments through there, because there is an option to do that. The question would be, what's kind of your average that you've seen, or what would be your goal for the folks that are setting the appointments that come through as leads?
All right, so I'm not sure on their exact structure, but if I can guess, I would say the only people that are getting that option, as far as the leads, the only leads that are getting that option is whoever lands on the thank you form. And that's about right, which is about 10%. But the thing is, when you're buying leads from a vendor, all the other back-end processes are not in place. They're not custom to you, you know, so 10% from a thank you form, that's all you want. That's all you're going to get. But to get that other 15 on the low end to 25%, to where about 30% of your leads are pre-booking, you need the automated workflows that come after that. So that's what you're missing. But so 10% of them booking, that's okay, just from them generating the leads and you getting those appointments for free from the thank you form. But you definitely, like I said, you need the other automations in place to get more pre-booked appointments.
Hey, Bobby, check your text there. And if you don't mind taking a second to email that to me in a minute. You see the chat? Yeah. Okay, perfect. David, hop on. What's going on, David?
Hey, Bobby, good to see you. My question is similar to that. We teach our agents at the start not to complicate the wheel. And I want to make sure, and I appreciate what you said just a minute ago, because you hit the nail right on the head. This is something to implement and grow slowly. If you got something that's already working, you continue that and add to it, and that's how we scale. Correct, Bobby?
Yes, exactly. So I just want to make it clear, you're not going to get 200 leads your first week. That's not how it works. But at one point you will, and you're going to love waking up with 30 fresh leads in your system.
Yeah, let me jump in here, because I always have to do this, and we're going to talk about Bobby's program here in a second. We're doing an affiliate arrangement with Bobby. I believe in the self-generation approach, but again, even though we do an affiliate arrangement, what I've told all my agents 100% from day one is that the way I look at self-gen is that this is more of an intermediate strategy. I think the number one goal of all agents in my agency and otherwise should be to learn how to sell first. That's the biggest hurdle to jump over. Sometimes we can get sidestepped by thinking that the marketing is more important than the selling. Both are important, but understand in the beginning, we have this narrow focus, right? And it's better to spend that narrow focus and that energy on actually learning how to sell over the phone or how to sell in person. And I believe, and what I teach my agents is, once you've established that, and buying direct mail if you're face-to-face, or Facebook leads if you're Facebook, or if you're in person or over the phone, is that then you should start to look at one of these programs. I think for most agents, not all, but the vast majority of agents shouldn't do what we're describing here today before they've got a little bit of street experience selling in person or over the phone. Bob, you may disagree with that. That's just my opinion. In order to stay honest, everybody here, selling is the crucial element that you guys have to learn how to do. And there's been many agents that put the self-gen in front of the selling and the skill set, and a lot of them suffer because of it.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter. Like, just to make your point, it doesn't matter what lead you have, whether you generate them or someone else generate them. If you can't sell them, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
so, yeah, that's true. True, for sure.
Did you get my message there I sent you?
Yeah. My tech guy, he's actually sending it to you right now. So it's not coming from me. It's coming from somebody else. Look out for it from Talha, Talha. He's resending it right now. I let him know the Zoom's almost finished. But real quick, while we're doing that, Corey asked, what does the lead cost look like for ACA? Really the same as final expense. I'm getting leads for ACA anywhere between $3 and $5 right now. ACA is rocking, like Spanish and English. ACA is huge right now. It always has been, but I'm really liking ACA, and everyone I'm working with is loving ACA for sure. I have an agent. I just want to mention this. I have an agent I was with last night. He is selling or writing up 30 to 40 ACA apps every single day. And he's not on the phone talking to any of these people. The automations that we put in place they're filling out the authorizations with the ACA company to actually enroll themselves. And the only time he ever talks to them is when they're responding via text or via email, or if he really has to get on the phone with them. He wrote 500 apps in the past 2 weeks, all off his own lead gen. It's wild to think that, right? I had about an hour call with him last night, and we're thinking about maybe putting out some kind of lead generation system for ACA leads. It's not even a lead. You're going to get an actual application for X amount. So we'll talk about that later. I'm just saying ACA is really big right now.
Yeah, ACA is funny. It's the Wild West of the insurance business. There's no compliance restrictions like there are in Medicare. It's a mass market product. Most people get it for free or very little expense. I think it's 4 out of 5. There is a year-round special election period. Most people think you can only do it during open enrollment at the end of the year. That's not the case with people who have household incomes between 100 and 400% of the poverty index right now. You have an all year long special election period. And then there's this, we're going to have some content go up eventually. Maybe if you see this in the future, we've already published it, but Luis and I are going to talk about, they call it the unwinding of the CHIP program and Medicaid. I think Medicaid. A lot of people who were getting support now are losing it because the state programs are stopping, and now everybody's SEP eligible for ACA, and there's like millions of people at the present time. So it's an interesting business model. It's all passively built on lifetime income, something, you know, worth looking at, to me, in my opinion, as an intermediate level agent. Again, strategically, what I believe most of us need to do as agents is learn how to sell, make money today. Final expense is a great product for that, but looking at making residual income at some point in the future is an important activity. That could be recruiting agents. For most agents, they're better off just selling more passive income-based products like Medicare or ACA. So cool.
I just sent that to you, Dave, through email. If you
got it. Beautiful. Thank you very much. All right, so let's talk what you offer. Now that we've kind of talked a little bit about Facebook and running the campaign, you've got a done for you program. Go ahead and tell a little more about how it works.
Yeah, so basically when we kind of started this thing a few years ago, I had a course. So it was a mini course, you know, for X amount where you go in and you learn on your own, right? Tons of agents had success off of it, enrolled 2,500, 3,000 agents in that in the past couple of years. And lots of agents had success. They went through it, followed the step-by-step method, they set up their own lead generation. There's always, you know, maybe you might get in and you're a little apprehensive of going through some of these videos because it's brand new to you, you know, and you're like, man, if someone could just set this up for me, I'd pay for it, and that'd be great. So I started doing that a little over a year ago. And this Done For You program has kind of evolved over the past year and a half. So what I'm doing now is I have a program to where you can enroll in my lead gen course and have the CRM, everything for free. It's like $97 a month. I'm launching that in a couple of days. But the Done For You is a huge offer, what we're doing right now. So if you just want someone to set up everything from the business manager I spoke about earlier, make sure all your foundations are set up the right way, and make sure I can help you get the verifications and everything in place to run every type of ad that you may need, from some of the ads that me and Dave spoke about earlier that you may get flagged just doing them on your own. I can help you do that. So I set up the structure on Facebook, help you get the verifications, set up the campaigns, your lead form, set them to the landing page and go into the CRM with all the automations, and really just go over any best practices with you. And then I get you in my mastermind group. And in there is all we do is talk about lead generation, sales, and marketing every single day, you know, and it's myself and top agents that are writing 30, 40, 50,000 a month, if not entirely off their own lead gen, most of it off of their own lead generation. So if I'm not going on lives 1 to 2, 3 days a week, I'm going to have somebody else that's doing their own lead generation or selling at I guess you would say, a higher level off of their own lead generation, their best practices that they do. So
if you're watching this, if you're watching this on Zoom, check the chat. I put in the affiliate link below that'll give you more details. If you're watching this later on YouTube, somebody in the chat will post it, or we'll have it in the comments section below. So just look for it and then just click on it. One thing I want to ask you, Bob, before we wrap this up, this is really important to me, and I want you to spend some time talking about this. As some of you all know, I have a lot of different affiliate partners in the self-generation lead space. The one biggest issue that I've seen, and a lot of agents don't know this going into it, but they find out and then it's too late, is that post-sale support is critical. It's one thing to get a product that looks good on the surface, and probably is, but there's a lot of effort many times, of which much of this is reduced when it's done for you, but there's a lot of effort making the thing continue to run. And as all things in life, when it comes to a new skill set, you're going to have questions as an agent wanting to generate leads. So my question for you is, kind of walk us through what agents can expect after they buy it, after it's set up for them. What happens if they got questions? What happens if they're concerned? Take us through a little bit of that.
Yeah, so I'm glad you mentioned that, because that is probably one of the biggest keys to this and the longevity of it. So when I started doing the Done For You program, probably about a year and a half ago, I don't believe I had the proper support measures in place for the volume of agents that I started working with Done For You after the fact. Okay, and I didn't. So I was like, you know what? I stopped doing my Done For You program at that time for the majority of last year. And then I thought about it. I was like, man, you know, so many agents enrolled in this and so many agents had success from at the beginning. But when it came time for the support you may need, I didn't have the measures in place to keep it going, whether it was selling or scaling on Facebook. So like I said, there's been many different variations of this. And at this point, I'm putting everything in, or have everything in place as far as what you would need for the support side, the automation side, and just getting the system secured as far as the verifications. And if any restrictions or disables pop up, I can get you brand new accounts or revive your account if that was to happen. Okay. Stuff like that happens on Facebook. So that's not a worry of mine anymore as it was. So really, this is the process. Set you up, everything's done within 24 to 72 hours. If you have any questions, we can get on live Zooms, or we can ask questions in the group, and that's what the mastermind group is going to be for. So if you need anything from me, you know, I mean, you have my support every day. So if I'm getting on lives Monday through Friday, or if you need to post something in the group, I answer it. And if anybody else in the group had those same questions, it answers everybody's questions. You know, if you ask me a question, instead of me just sending a quick message, I like to use Loom, which is a screen recording software, and I love it. It's great communication. If you ask me a specific question, I get on Loom, I get on my actual laptop, and I go through a video of answering your question, maybe a 30-second video, maybe a 2-minute video. I shoot that to you, and it'll be better understanding for you to understand whatever questions you have. But the main thing of it is everything is set up for you, you know, so there's really not many questions to ask after that. But hey, you know, you might ask, at what point do I raise my ad spend from $50 a day to $100 or $80 a day? And what is that? So I'll explain that to you. But you're also going to get access to my lead generation course as well, which is not a 6-week course. It's something you're going to be able to go through in a couple hours. So if you have any frequently asked questions or something minor you need, you're going to have those 30-second or 1-minute tutorials in there as well. So the good thing about me doing this so long and working with so many agents, I know every single question that can possibly pop up, to where if I don't just answer that question live, you literally have a library of any kind of frequently asked question that can possibly be there to get you through whatever you need. But either way, I'll be there for you.
And I'll say this, being an affiliate partner with Bobby and anybody else that we work with, like, I always express to them how important it is, the post-sale is. That's where a lot of the issues have risen over the past. And, you know, if my affiliates don't do what I tell them when it comes to supporting my people on the back end, then I don't do business with them anymore. You know, so it's just that important. So I say all this because Bobby knows this. He's hearing me say it. He knows that it's important to me. And so, you know, it's coming from me. Bobby's going to make sure that you're happy and make sure that, you know, as long as what you're asking is within reason, which usually it is, that he will take care of that, because he doesn't want to put this business relationship in, you know, a potential bind. So with that said, we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. So again, let me just summarize up what we've learned today. Bobby, first of all, thank you for taking your time to kind of walk us through some basics of and some little discussed stuff when it comes to running Facebook. If you guys are interested in working with Bobby, there is a link in the chat below. Again, I will put it here one more time so you guys see it in case you guys came in late or you missed it. This is the affiliate link to get more on the Done For You program, as Bobby was describing. If for some reason you don't have access, maybe you're driving and you can't get this, shoot me a message on School, the insurance sales success site. I will get this to you directly. I'll post it too when we post this recording up. If you're watching this right now on YouTube, it should be in the comments box or the description box. Just look for it there. And thank you. Appreciate everybody being here. And Bobby, thank you as well. Take care, guys.
Thanks a lot. Thanks, Dave.